It's on now? Okay.
Against our identity, tries to destroy our heritage, history, architecture, and culture. During the 200 days of the war, the invaders committed more than 500 war crimes against the objects of the Ukrainian cultural heritage. The Chernihiv Central City Library suffered serious damage from aerial bombardment by Russian troops. Retreating from Sumy region, the Russian army set on fire the main building of the König Manor. The Ohtyrka Museum of Local History, the Ivankiv District Historical and Local History Museum, and the Grigory Skovoroda National Literary and Memorial Museum were completely destroyed. More than 150 objects of cultural heritage were destroyed or damaged. More than 900 objects of cultural infrastructure were damaged. Despite the war, thousands of artists remain in Ukraine and continue to work. We do everything to preserve our culture, our soul. Let's protect, let's preserve, and win.
Борітеся, поборете! Вам Бог помагає! За вас правда, за вас сила і воля святая! Тарас Григорович Шевченко!
So, 329th day of war. 8 millions of people left. Around 4 millions came back. It's overall over 1,000 of cultural objects and sites destroyed or damaged. Museums, theatres, libraries, music schools, architectural and archaeological sites. Missiles directly targeted towards Ivankiv Museum of Maria Primachenko and Skovorodinivka. So I would like Alexander Tkachenko to share his thoughts on the role of culture and cultural heritage during this war the role of culture in the economy, and about the cultural partnerships with other countries. Please. Олександр, одну хвилинку. Немає.
1 minute, Alexander. We don't have any input. Let's check. Так, чуємо.
To Ukraine, I come not to mention today's sad news. Thank you for paying tribute to Mr. Monastyrsky and Ukrainians who died today in the crash. And I would like to say that Minister of Internal Affairs was a big friend of culture. In his young years, he was a culture activist who preserved culture heritage. And due to the assistance of his ministry, his colleagues, we did a lot to preserve culture heritage during the days of war. But this is circumstances of this war, and I would like also to say thank you to all panelists who participate in today's discussion. Mr. Simonas Kairis is a big friend of Ukraine. Thank you for defending Ukraine on all levels. We coordinate our activity with Minister of Economy due to one sort of collaboration with WPP agency developing a program Advantage Ukraine to promote investment in Ukraine. Thank you for Google for developing of Google Arts project, which allow all people in the world to explore Ukrainian culture heritage. And thank you for Netflix, not only for translate.
Одну хвилинку, знов вас не чуємо.
1 second, we don't hear you again.
And you're back.
And thank you also for Netflix for not only translating the series and films in Ukrainian, but also of developing a program of grant for developing of series for Ukrainian producer and filmmakers. Of course, due to the war, we are focusing now on main issues such as preserving Ukrainian culture heritage, such as helping Ukrainian artists to continue the activity in Ukraine. And because all theaters are working right now, museums are working, and I'm glad to inform you that during the period of war, more than 50 premieres in theaters took place. And of course, we are fighting against Russian disinformation and defending our information front. But due to the war, we also discovered new opportunities. One of these opportunities is promoting Ukrainian culture abroad and developing different type of collaborations that allow people in Europe to be aware how rich is Ukrainian culture heritage and why it's important to protect during the war. Because this war also is against our identity, which represents Ukrainian culture heritage. And to be powerful during the war, to continue defending our history, language, and culture, definitely we need collaboration with all our partners and friends.
Thank you very much, Alexander. One more question to you. This year, Davos Economic Forum started a few days before that with the Conference of the Ministers of Culture, where the main topic of discussion was Baukultur, the strategic approach towards integration of the values of culture, beauty, harmony, the eco-friendly environment into this fragmented world. Do you think it's the right time right now to think about Baukultur values in Ukraine already?
We are living in two worlds, worlds of war and worlds of peace. While I was passing Ukrainian roads, I saw how Ukrainians are rebuilding bridges and roads. And we continue to live. That's why it's important to think and to speak about future after the victory. And definitely the values of Baukultur are needed because we want to see not only rebuilding Ukraine, but a Ukraine which can develop something new, and this new is our culture, where we can live in harmony and peace. And that's why it's important also for culture sphere to show the best examples of architecture, to speak about how we see the future of Ukraine. And for these purposes, the achievements of Baukultur are definitely needed.
Thank you very much, Alexander. I fully support that there is no better time than now. Thank you very much and have a nice trip. So,
thank you to all of you. Slava Ukraini.
Heroям slava. I will be following my next guest, Simonas. The question will be to you. Lithuania is one of the Ukrainian greatest supporters, and you yourself, being the Minister of Culture, have shown an outstanding example on the deep understanding the importance of the cultural aspects during this war. So, in your opinion, what is this war about? Is it about culture? Is it about language? What are the reasons and the targets, in your opinion?
So thank you, Anastasia, for giving me the floor today. Of course, it's glad to see Mr. Alexander Tkachenko in this internet translation, and for Lithuanians, everything's are very clear, because we know what is this war about, and we really feel, and emotionally and in other aspects, in what situation Ukrainians are now. And my life was, for example, from my studies from the very beginning, dedicated for Ukraine. Beginning of my, for example, baccalaureate job and topic, and I think that it's very important that such countries as Baltic countries, Poland, stand together with Ukrainians and help in all the formats all over the Europe, world, and etc. Because now is our time to say what's happening here. And Ukraine and Lithuania always were partners in culture and creative sector, and this cooperation got even closer and more intense in this war period. And of course, it's not a surprise for me. And we have to remember that the war started not a year ago, not during the Crimea occupation or even Maidan. It's a long-lasting war with this long history. And this war, firstly, is between those things who are culture and those who are not culture. A war between freedom and imperialism, between the country's right to decide and create their own future and totalitarianism. A war between truth, pluralism of opinions, and freedom of speech against lies, propaganda, and decades-lasting falsification of the history. And from my point of view, culture plays a key role in this war. Russia named the main goal of this war destruction of Ukrainian culture, history, and identity. So it's the right moment for us to rethink the things that we were taken and as granted for decades. We must delete these images about so-called the greed culture of Russia, or that image that Russia's culture is very, very special among others. I personally believe in diversity of different countries and their cultures. I believe in fact that culture is greed from itself, not from state, government, or even regime. We hear the request of your Minister of Culture, Mr. Alexander Tkachenko, to boycott Russian culture when Russia dropping bombs and killing innocent people. And as we understand, it was a reaction to a Putin-signed decree on a humanitarian policy of the Russian Federation abroad. We understand that this decree of Putin is based on the lie. We agree that putting Russian culture under, as I call the mental quarantine, when Russian aggression lasts, is the emphatical, sensitive step of conscious people, conscious society, and the logical reaction towards the contexts that we have now. Russia uses its culture as a weapon. It doesn't mean that we will go to destroy or burn the box or delete the music. We are not barbars. It's not about us. It's not about civilized world. But it's a very good chance now to rediscover our inner cooperation, to find out that diversity as well as common narratives, grounds, values, and to strengthen it. In this mental quarantine, maybe it's a very good moment to know more about classics, for example, from Ukraine, Baltic states, Poland, how many of them we know. I want to use our time to getting know better each other instead of feeding Russian propaganda with the big questions about greed culture and how we can cooperate more. I always inviting or sometimes insisting from our foreign partners to share the stage with Ukrainian artists, because every exhibition, every performance, every concert or play everywhere in the world by Ukrainian artists is like a very clear statement or living testimony that country is alive, country is fighting, country is strong and will win. Digital cooperation of CCI sector is very important to see the context of the newest technology trends. NFTs, virtual, augmented reality or artificial intelligence opens new opportunities for creators, for creative expression, spreading internationalization and the monetization of creativity. The CCI sector is undergoing an intense digital transformation, and Ukraine and Lithuania can work together, share best practices and knowledge to prepare for possible future scenarios. Our text has no national borders or boundaries. It is very important to think now about the future. Lithuania will provide full support to Ukraine on its European path, and Lithuania is ready to help for Ukraine cities to become a European capital of culture. We will support Ukraine in the elections for the UNESCO World Heritage Committee, and we also express our support for creation of a common European fund to support Ukraine's culture sector at the European Union level. Taking the advantage of the funding mechanisms and tools that already available, the Creative Europe program, the training program for cultural heritage professionals, the newly created Davos Baukultur Alliance. Day before yesterday, 29 countries of this format supported the joint statement and the idea that it must and can be directed towards the sustainable reconstruction of Ukraine. We need to prepare to coordinate the efforts and to cooperate with Ukrainian public and private sectors, ensure the maximum use of local resources, protecting and restoring of cultural heritage, as well recognizing Ukrainian leadership in this process. The first day after the war could be the day we all start rebuilding Ukraine in a spirit of high-quality Baukultur. We had good discussions with international partners that culture is a key element in restoring the country, cities, as it ensures that life is back. It is a source of economic growth and post-war healing. Culture rebuilds communities and social cohesion. And finally, let me say that I believe that we will together open new ways of acting, new opportunities for all of us, together with Ukraine and Ukrainian people all over the world. Thank you for your attention, and Slava Ukraini.
Wow, that was really outstanding speech. Thank you so much. You are really the greatest, our supporter, and we appreciate that greatly. Just a little question. You've initiated this declaration on Ukraine at the Baukultur, the Ministers of Culture. So I know that at the very beginning there weren't so many of supporters to sign that declaration, but at the very end, as you mentioned, that was 29 countries which signed. So what happened there in the middle? Was there any kind of change? And do you think there is a change in general of the appreciation of culture?
I think the worst thing is this situation that people or countries becoming more and more tired, because when you, say on your couch or sofa in the middle of the Europe or west or south of the Europe, this war looks that is somewhere very far from you. And I think quite a lot of people all over the world we'll think that Russia is quite a normal country with a big composers like Tchaikovsky or the writers or people from theater, beginning from, I don't know, Dostoevsky to Chekhov, and it's
so
some kind
you
of...
survive the New Year without the nutcracker?
Our National Opera and Ballet Theatre just announced a few days before the Davos Forum that they take all the ballets or other music from their list, and we call this not to cancel but to stop, just to think what's happening. But returning back to the question, when we arrived here and when was the deadline of how many countries will choose the declaration, we just came with a 12. And we felt this atmosphere that, okay, we support Ukraine, but why you're always just emphasizing this question? But I think with the great leadership also with President of Switzerland, Mr. Berset, with the big floors for example, for me personally or for other colleagues from that format, I just felt that step by step, when we have meetings and we have direct communication between each other, and for that reason it's very important for the Ukrainian officials, politicians, to participate in such formats lively, because that atmosphere is not so easy just to say that we can, I don't know, not support some things. And but the final result was 29 countries, even in last minute Serbia, for example, and 8 international non-governmental organizations who supported the declaration. Whereas the two main things: solidarity with Ukraine and thinking about this rebuild, because Mr. Alexander mentioned about the bridge itself, etc., but bridge itself is nothing. Bridge with the people, with understanding of our spaces and places around us is the key element, and it's also the way to come back to your not just living, but back to your normal life like a human.
Thank you so much. Being there myself, I feel a little bit connected to that kind of victory we've got with you, with the 29 signatures. Thank you so much. So I'll be moving towards the partnership between government and business right now. So Marta, Google is one of the companies heavily supporting Ukraine, and that started far before the war. And for sure, we feel that even more with the greatest efforts from your side during the past 11 months. So we have together launched, as the Minister mentioned, a dedicated page at the Google Arts and Culture. Ukraine is here, telling about Ukrainians' culture, music, history, architecture, and nature. It definitely had the greatest success there on the web. So, but we also know that the Ministry of Culture is not the only one ministry you are in partnership with, definitely, and we are thanking you for your support. What I would like to ask you is, what exactly your motivation there? Like cooperating, we are not paying anything. You are doing that for us. You are doing a lot for the heritage, the cultural heritage preservation and digitalization as well. So how exactly do you think our cooperation will be as well in the future, and what is the most valuable for you in there?
Thank you so much. And before I go into responding to your question, I just want to make sure that one thing in this panel will be loud and clear. You would expect me to talk about technology, which I'm going to do in 1 second, but technology can be best used in the hands of the best people, and without that factor, technology would not suffice. And the presence of the Ukrainian House in Davos, the program, what you're doing with the exhibitions online that we're going to talk about are the testament of your resilience, something that we admire, the headspace you're finding to continue the discussions. At the time, your country, your cities, your streets are being aggressively attacked. And I want to applaud everyone who made this house happen, who brought this panel together. And And that's the key, and the platform, then companies like my company can come in and try to do great things together, but that's just part of a bigger picture. To your question on motivations, Google's mission is to index all the information universally available and make it globally accessible and useful. When before the war, throughout the war, and after the war, there has been, there is, and there will be interest in the Ukrainian heritage. Needless to say that when the war started, unfortunately for tragic reasons, Ukraine has been top of mind of everyone globally. So we, of course, felt this is the right moment when we need to bring in more. We need to partner with you, with the Ministry of Culture, with 10 plus other institutions. And in the before the war, that was, of course, the richness of Ukrainian culture, and we were responding to different needs. As a reminder, it was throughout the pandemic when President Zelensky was encouraging Ukrainians to look at digitized scansons when there was a request to stay at home. So the technology and the partnership we had with the public sector was serving a different purpose. Of course, at the time of war, many more things come to mind. Many of the artifacts we saw in one of the videos that we will not be able to see anymore in the shape as we had known it before the war. You can go up online and see them. They're going to be useful to those who will be trying to rebuild them. If the communities will be deciding that maybe something else should be there, you will still be able to go up online and check what things look like. Needless to say, the value of the Ukrainian culture that to many globally is new when things are available on global platforms. So at Google, we've never hesitated whether this is the right thing to do or whether we need any specific motivation. It just felt that this is, first of all, meeting the expectations of Ukrainian users in country and globally, and all our other users, and I think the value of partnerships with the Ukrainian government, with Ukrainian institutions, non-profits, really speaks for the perspective of what's going to be the day after, what's going to come after the war. The agility of the Ukrainian innovation ecosystem, the courage, the appetite for innovation. If we're getting this at the time of war, what are we going to see when the war is over? And I think while we're surrounded by grief, by tragedy, these are the positive things we're holding on to, supporting Ukraine, working with our Ukrainian peers, and I just hope that this is a path to coming out of the war. I hope as soon as possible. And on behalf of Google, I just want to emphasize that we will continue working with you. We're looking forward to what are the many ways, new ways, old ways we can continue partnering on.
Thank you so much. And I would also to mention that local Ukrainian team is amazing and they're great supporters, and I really thank them very much. And unfortunately, we had to cancel the event on the launch of Google Arts and Culture Ukrainian page due to heavy shelling, which we had in Kiev at that day, and the electricity cut. But nevertheless, we are expecting for the new and the next stages to come in and to explore, to let the possibility for all the world to explore even more about the Ukrainian culture. Thank you so much. So we're moving from the government to even more commercial sector. From October 2021, Netflix launched the Ukrainian interface. And since that time, you're continuing to add on the Ukrainian content. Well, as probably all of you know, the film industry involves a lot of different stages of production and post-production and editing and so on and so on. So I would like to tell us a bit more on is there a place for the investment into Ukrainian markets right now? And do you think of any possible further enlargements work in Ukrainian market? And what's overall your feeling about the particularly creative industries?
Thank you, Deputy Minister. And I would just begin by echoing Marta's comments about how fantastic it is to collaborate with the team at the Ministry of Culture and also Ministry of Digital Transformation and many, many others in Ukraine in these incredibly difficult times during the war. As Anastasia mentioned, Netflix has launched its Ukrainian language interface not terribly long ago, so we're still in relatively early days in Ukraine, and we're really honored to be part of this extremely important conversation. We see Ukrainian films, series, and documentaries as really essential parts of Ukraine's cultural heritage, and I'm happy to speak a little bit more about that in the next few minutes. I'll be brief. Firstly, on the Ukrainian language user interface, this is something that's been up and running for just over a year now. Of course, subbing and dubbing is an intensive process, and we started even a couple of years prior to 2021, always working with Ukrainian top-notch dubbing studios to make this possible. Now, the Ukrainian language interface is available for Ukrainian speakers not only in Ukraine, but around the world. So it's really an exciting step for us in the country. And we continue to add more and more international films and series that are dubbed into Ukrainian and subtitled into Ukrainian every single week, every single month. So you'll see more and more of that to come. At the same time, we're continuing to invest in content licensing. So we're buying rights for Ukrainian films and series. So there's some really well-known titles, of course, the very powerful documentary Winter on Fire, which we've had on Netflix for quite a while now. We took an additional step and put it on YouTube globally in March of 2022. We have the beloved series Servant of the People, which is also on Netflix. I'm sure many of you in the audience have heard of this series and a few of the stars in it. So both Winter on Fire and Servant of the People are in the top 10 on Netflix in multiple countries around the world. So to Minister Tkachenko's earlier point, we're definitely increasing the visibility of Ukrainian stories around the world, but we're also investing in a diverse range of Ukrainian films and series. So obviously the well-known ones that I just mentioned, but also just in recent months, films like Rhino, Sniper, White Raven, Maxim Osa, and even Amber Cops. So we want to have a diverse range of films and series. And you're gonna see more and more content licensing in 2023. And then the last thing I'll mention is the initiative that Netflix kicked off with local partners, Ukrainian Film Academy and House of Europe. So basically we want to show our support for the audiovisual sector during time of war. Our initiative is very humble in the face of the incredible needs that the industry and the country are facing, but we wanted to show our short, medium, and long-term support. So basically we're doing three things. We have already provided $15,000 grants to about 50 project teams so they can get their series, film, or documentary started. So 16 of each documentary, film, and series category. We want to make sure the pipeline is robust because it takes several years to get a film or series on screen. So we didn't want time to be wasted, notwithstanding the war. The second thing is to provide 100 grants of €1,000 each to members of the audiovisual sector so they can continue professional development during the war. And the third is to work with international audiovisual experts to provide some educational courses for the Ukrainian industry during the war. And we did not want this to be a one-off initiative. I'm happy to confirm today that we'll be continuing the support in 2023, and we'll be continuing to work with the Minister of Culture, Deputy Minister Bondar, and many, many others to share details in the near future. And we stand with the audiovisual sector, and we stand with Ukraine in this incredibly difficult time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alex. And I would like to mention that I really appreciate your being very reactive and responsive on all the outstanding and extreme issues which sometimes happens. Thank you so much, and we really appreciate that you support creative industries, especially those people who are staying in our country, who have not left, and this is really very, very important. So, I'm approaching my final speaker today, and this is something what we've left for the desert. So, as we've started our discussion with culture and have moved through the business to the economy, it clearly shows that there is a very tight connection in between those spheres. So last year, Minister Alexander Tkachenko met Mark Reed, who is CEO of WPP. That's a huge multinational communications and advertising company with 109,000 employees working in 100 countries. Amazing. Huge. So together with the minister, they came about the idea on advertising and promoting the dramatic changes which are presented by the Ministry of Economy at the time of war. So this is how basically the project Advantage Ukraine was born. There was an outstanding launch this September at New York Stock Exchange opening ceremony, as well as the enormous amount of various creative promotions and quite brave communications around the world. So, Alexander, tell us a bit more on what is on the investment menu right now in Ukraine.
Thank you, Anastasia. And first of all, I wanted to thank the Ukraine House, Davos, for hosting us, for making this happen, for the things that you're doing, and for your contribution to promoting Ukraine. I want to thank Ministry of Culture, Information Policy, Minister Tkachenko, and to Anastasia in particular for engaging us to this marvelous concept, which is actually transforming to the practical actions that we're all witnessing today. I'm also thanking the panelists. I want to thank Simonas for the continuous support of Ukraine, and it's really important to have international partners that prove that friendship is something which is of a big value, and we're going to be grateful for that for a long time. I want to thank Google for supporting Ukraine on the culture means, and also for supporting the Advantage Ukraine campaign. We know that a substantial amount was dedicated for the Google Ads promotion, which we all going to launch pretty soon. So thank you for this continuing support. Also for the Netflix that are supporting Ukraine, and we in the Ministry of Economy care about the private sector and the small and medium enterprises. One of our favorite kids that we also always trying, to nurse, to navigate. And so the more opportunities you are creating and the people like you are creating, the better. And I know that USAID, for instance, is also supporting the script writers that are translating international movies into Ukrainian, which is also really, really great and important move. So moving on to the Advantage Ukraine. So really there was enormous opportunity that was offered by the Minister Tkachenko and the WPP, who are the great professionals, and we admitted that they know how to do their job. The idea was actually to start talking to the international business community about Ukraine, not to distract the attention from the war, but also, to add another focus, because when you talk to international investors and the businessmen, the first thing you hear all the time, well, yeah, guys, you get prepared, and then once the war is over, we're going to talk. So, right? This is not something that we want to hear. We want them to be engaged now. We want them to start thinking about us now. We want to be in the agenda at the moment, and we have all the rights to be there. First of all, investment preparation process is very time and effort consuming. happening. And so since the victory is very near and we all sense it, we all feel it, we keep getting good news from the battlefront, and so we understand that the war is eventually going to be over with our victory, and we don't want the international business to waste this moment, so we encourage them to consider Ukraine as the platform for their potential business development, and here's why. Because we are, first of all, we offer them very skilled and educated labor, which has always been there, and they're ready to take care of every objective, any objective literally that you could think of. We offer them turnkey solutions, like accommodating them from development sites in the industrial parks with utilities connections, with tax incentives. Like you can bring the equipment without import VAT, without customs duty, which is really putting Ukraine standing out and comparable to the other countries that are promoting investments in their homes. We also offer the turnkey kind of financing package structure solutions, because recently we managed to secure the war risk insurance, which is really important. That gives comfort to the investors from institutions like MIGA, Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, which is part of the World Bank family. They're issuing insurance policies that I must say are pretty affordable, because we already set up a couple of pilot projects. They're about to get their offers confirmed by the board. Development Finance Corporation from U.S. has recently waived the requirement for the U.S. content, which used to be the case when they were OPIC. Now they support any investor, even those who have some dry powder in Ukraine, ready to reinvest, and they also give direct lending, export credit coverage, and the war risk insurance as well. So we encourage all the investors to consider these instruments and to pay much attention to them. We have concessional lending from IFIs, and they're always there, and they've been our great partners like EIB, IFC, World Bank, EBRD. They dedicated big amounts, billions of dollars that can turn with a multiple to even more billions, because they usually finance in consortium with other financing parties. And all this is available in Ukraine. And so we really encourage the investors to come. As Anastasia properly mentioned, we launched this campaign in September. That was a great event. New York Stock Exchange hosted us. That was a great chance for us to start with a loud message to the world that Ukraine is open for business. That, again, as I mentioned, we don't want them to treat us as the country that is only fighting for its freedom and for the democracy in the world, but also as the country that is delivering huge amount of opportunities. And we will always be there. And I think that I'm pretty sure that Ukraine is the next big thing. So we, as I said, that was great event. It raised a lot of attention. Due to WPP, we managed to create a pretty good information campaign. Like the whole world seen the Advantage Ukraine promotion on the buildings, on the billboards, airports, railway stations. We had great media coverage with prominent newspapers, magazines, and we continue doing this. This campaign resulted in pretty substantial results, like lots of visitors to the platform. More than 500 relevant applications. We received much more, but many of them were a little irrelevant. So, but the 500 ones are the leads that we're now converting into the real interests, and We managed to gather the team of former investment banking, private equity, and Big Four professionals that are supported by USAID. And we also work closely with Ukraine Invest. I'm happy to see Sergei Tsivkich here as one of the attendees. The way we see it is that we are promoting the origination. We collect and aggregate the projects, and we basically engage those investors, interested parties, lenders. And we're happy to have Ukraine Invest as the reliable partner who is then able to navigate those guys in Ukraine and Ukrainian realities and help them set up the business in Ukraine without any obstacles and issues, which is also really important for us. So currently we managed to consolidate, first of all, the approach that we have there. We created sort of like an investment menu, which accommodates a number of investment opportunities. They are a little bit hypothetical, but they are driven by the things, by all those advantages that specific region, specific industry has, and those opportunities are literally for hundreds of billions of dollars, and I think they're all achievable within the course of a number of decades. While at the same time we're gradually filling them in with the real projects, and so far we managed to prepare more than 50 projects for more than $8.6 billion worth, like 10 industries. This includes the agriculture, food processing, which is really important for us, as now we face the food crisis, and everybody figured out that Ukraine, being the biggest agri-producer, having bottlenecks with logistics, is actually facing a challenge that a lot of the export turnover is dropping, which means that we need to focus on the deeper processing. We need to focus on another level of food and agribusiness. So we have numerous opportunities there, from, as I said, from agriculture, food processing, to minerals, to upstream gas extraction, to military tech, to, I don't know, like industrial production, furniture production, whatever. And we're here, we're open for business, as I said. We're really grateful for this cooperation. We encourage you to visit Advantage Ukraine. The Ministry of Economy is always there to support the investors directly. Please refer to Ukraine Invest once you need to get the support in Ukraine, when you need to navigate in Ukrainian realities. So, and welcome to Ukraine, and we're happy to be here to help you.
Thank you, Alexander.
Oh, actually, one important thing is that we have some sweets that are they are branded with Advantage Ukraine. So this is just to give you a little bit of an aftertaste, and just to remember us. So they're over there for you. Thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you.
Well, I guess that we've definitely used this platform for a proper product placement. AdvantageUkraine.com, please, everyone. So while we'll be finishing in here, and I would like to thank you, all the speakers today. I guess that cultural values is something what determines our behavior, not at the times then everything is fine and simple, but at those times which are dark. So we are here not to say that we are victims. We are here to say that we are fighters and that we will win. Slava Ukraini!
Так, звичайно. One minute, okay? We'll take the picture and then you will go. We'll take the picture together. Can you send it to us then? Of course. Давайте. Так, давайте. Лена. Треба посунути, це дуже нормально. Дякую, було супер. Нікуди не втікає. Це не літак. О, на цій флешка. Okay. The light. The light. Okay. Yeah. We're all washed out. Thank you. Pleasure. Дуже класно. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. For those who are still entering the room, please have a seat. We've got until 12:20, and we've got a lot to talk about. This is a very meaty topic. So I'm very pleased to welcome you to Ukraine House Davos, to this very important conversation on feeding the most vulnerable, Ukraine's contribution to strengthening global food security. And I would like to ask Zanny, please, Zanny Minton-Beddoes, please come to the stage. Thank you very much. From The Economist, thank you. I'll pass on.
You're going to...
You got your mic, so...
I've got my mic, thank you. Yes, very nice to see you.
Thank you, Zanny. I'm passing it off to you.
Thank you, Lena. Very, very nice. We have a slight change of plan in light of this morning's tragedy. We will not be joined by Chief of Staff Yermak, but we will be joined later by Rostislav Šurma, who is the Deputy Head of the Presidential Administration. He is going to join us later in the conversation. But first, I'm going to be joined. Jose Andres, why don't you come and join me? Founder of World Central Kitchen, and Magda Diop, the Managing Director of the International Finance Corporation. And we are going to discuss Ukraine's incredible potential contribution to global, and the incredible role that it plays in global food security. But before we do that, Lena Koshani, who has just spoken to you, who is founding partner of CEO Horizon Capital, and among other things, co-organizer of Ukraine House Davos, I think you're going to give us an overview of Ukraine's extraordinary importance, responsibility, and role in the global food system.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's very important that we set the context because, of course, going into this year, before the full-fledged invasion, Ukraine is an agricultural powerhouse, and that is not in dispute. Ukraine is an agricultural powerhouse. The country accounted for 10% of global grain trade. If you look at the top exporters, we were fourth largest after the US, Argentina, and Russia. The EU, all 27 countries combined, come in fifth. If we look at us entering the year full of excitement, 2 billion of exports every single month, 15% of the country's GDP generated by the agricultural sector. We had a record-breaking export, 86 million tons, 68 billion last year. If you look at, we are half the global supply of sunflower oil. We are number 3 in rapeseed and barley. We're number 3 globally in corn. We exported 89% through the Black Sea ports. And everyone saw that with the invasion, we all saw the record-breaking food prices. Ukraine also makes an enormous contribution to the World Food Program, contributing 40% of its wheat prior to the invasion. The last stat, and I think these are important stats, Zanny, just to show the context of where Ukraine is. I mean, 2 billion in exports, 1 billion. We look at that beginning of the year, that excitement about another record harvest. And of course, what happened February 24th, and really the desperation to get exports out, the impact that we saw David Beasley, who was talking about 70 more million people, potentially up to 350, being pushed into poverty because of what was happening, the chokehold on the Black Sea ports. Ukraine did everything that we could to negotiate, to reopen. It was the Black Sea trade corridor. We were able to reopen. We were able to start to move ships out. But obviously, we do see that there's continuous problems with that, unnecessary inspections. We are able to send out 40 to 60 ships a day. That is now choking down to 10 to 12 ships a day. That's not enough. The deal comes forward again for extension March 2023, and our message is the world community has to care about this issue and has to ensure that those Black Sea ports continue to export and that they're expanded to include other ports as well, Yuzhny, etc. So, Zanny, that's the context from our side.
Thank you. That is a very clear setting of context, and I think you've really rather powerfully set the stakes for this. Ukraine is, as you say, an agricultural powerhouse. It's an incredibly important part of the global food security equation, and we saw the consequences of the weaponization of food. We saw the consequences of the invasion throughout last year. We did see remarkable attempts to circumvent and to kind of get to grips with this new reality. As you say, there was some agreement on getting things out. So I think the questions that we really should be talking about are, one, what are the lessons you draw from that? Two, how do you ensure that you can maximize Ukraine's impact in solving and indeed supporting the global food system going forward? And three, what happens next? But I want to start, Jose, with you, with the here and now, because you're a kind of disruptor and innovator in the area of immediate food relief. And in some sense, your presence in Ukraine, an agricultural powerhouse, is sort of paradoxical. Tell us what you saw, why you went, what your immediate reactions are.
Well, what I saw in Ukraine was something that was fascinating to me. It's many ways to defend a country, obviously men and women in the front lines. But then I saw an entire Ukrainian nation, that everybody had another mission, whatever was their job, and then whatever they were volunteering on. And obviously in the organization we put together, World Central Kitchen, is an organization that is created by Ukrainians with Ukrainians. At one moment we had 5,000 Ukrainians across more than 550 restaurants, hands-on. We call ourselves food fighters. So what I saw is a highly capable group of individuals that starts with the farmers. I visit central Ukraine and I saw some of the best grain seed producers at the highest level compared to any place else on the world. And they saw as their commitment to their country to make sure that even at times was risky to be planting seeds and recollecting seeds. We saw farmers being killed by bombing and shelling or by mines, but still they saw the commitment they had, not only to feed the country. We need to remember one thing. I know you know, but in case you don't know, Ukraine is not defending themselves. It's not just fighting for democracy for Ukraine. They're fighting for democracy and freedom for the entire planet. But every man and woman that die, they are dying so the world can be fed. Putin has this very clear. What happened in Syria, what happened in Venezuela. I've not been myself in Syria, but I've been in Venezuela and Colombia. If you see what's happening, is mass migrations that are breaking the balance. And if we're not careful, we're going to be seeing one of the biggest human mass migrations from Africa to different parts of Europe and the world. Why? Because people are going to be hungry. Therefore, I understand that for NATO it was difficult maybe to do the no-flying zone inside Ukraine. But I will say, and I'm not a man of war, that everybody will agree with me that we should ask NATO to create a safe corridor from Odessa and other ports, so the grain from Ukraine keeps being shipped to the different parts of the world that depend on it. So that's what I saw. Highly capable people, people that are fighting this war, defending their country in more ways than one, and where food right now is at the center of why we all must stand with Ukraine, with Ukrainians. Ukraine cannot but win with the support of everybody, because if not, the world will not eat. Careful, Ukrainians, if they stop shipping grain tomorrow, Ukraine has enough food to feed themselves for 5 years. Ukrainians have no problem of food. You will argue, why was Central Kitchen was there then? No, we were helping with infrastructure. We were helping with a quick response. We were, when the supermarkets were closing because people were leaving, 15 million displaced, so we were there covering that break in the infrastructure. But Ukraine can feed themselves, but the world will not eat tomorrow. Therefore, we all must be doing whatever we can that Ukraine wins, so the world will eat.
So, And one element of that, Lena, as you described, was the corridor, which has had an impact but is being made tougher. And so one element of it is diplomatic. But the other part of the diplomatic approach is, I think, the narrative about Ukraine. Because and we were discussing this before we went on stage, and I wanted to ask both of you, and Magda, I want to start with you. There is a narrative pushed by Russia that it is Ukraine's weaponization that has caused food insecurity in Africa and other parts of the world. It is the sanctions. It is not Russia's fault. That narrative is alive and well. And before we get onto structural solutions, Magda, I wanted to start with you, because I think one important thing is how can that narrative be shifted?
No, thank you very much. And we were here in May in this very room, and we were discussing about what will happen in the coming months. And we were all extremely committed, and we are still very committed in doing whatever we can. But it's interesting to see the resilience of people who are supporting the cause of Ukraine, because it was the same resilience that I'm seeing today, and a very much stronger commitment of the friend of Ukraine, basically the world, to continue supporting Ukraine. So I think it's important, because at that time we didn't think together that things would be lasting so long, being so massive destruction of the country. We didn't expect to have a winter where people would have no electricity. We were not envisaging all that. Remember, it was in May, and we were thinking totally differently. And I think that the world is demonstrating that people are here and will be there for a long time. So I think that's a very important point to say. The second one is, you make the point, Jose, about the production of wheat. I think it's important to repeat that the Ukrainian wants the agreement to be kept. And I think it's important that the Ukrainians repeat it very loud, so that people know that Ukraine is not thinking about only itself at the time of war, of the time of destruction, but is thinking also about the rest of the world. And I think this is a very is very important to say that. And I think it's part of changing the narrative. Third, I think that, as I was saying to people, Ukraine is a leader in the production. It's not because the soil is very fertile. It's more than that. Because there is a lot of capacity in technological capacity, know-how in the agricultural sector. And I think that ability of growing and having a leading sector in agriculture in the world is something that Ukraine will be able to export when situation gets better. And I think that will reinforce the understanding of the world that Ukraine is a key element in solving problems of the world, and that Ukraine is doing it actively. And I think that is the best way to change the narrative about it. Another thing that I would like to say is that the resilience of the agricultural sector in Ukraine. When the war started and we had a loan to extend it to companies in Ukraine, I had personally to make a decision. The team internally who are looking at risk were telling me, Mokhtar, do you want really to disburse, because the country is at war and the resources that we have lent to companies, the company will not be able to reimburse. But I think that what the dilemma that any leader was facing is at a particular point of its history to make a decision. And we make the decision without guarantee, without any safety net. We say, let's continue disbursing. The worst case is what is writing off a few $1 million, so what? And I think it was when you are growing up in the financial world and so forth, it's not easy decisions which come naturally to you, because it's a dilemma, a moral dilemma that you have. Is it looking at your commitment, financial commitment, or being on the right side of history? And I think that what the conversations that we have, the partnership that we developed among, is what reinforces ability. And what I've seen in the last few months is that everybody has made that decision clearly. Nobody has been looking at the balance sheet. Nobody has been looking at what it means for the company. People have said, let's make the right decision for in history and what is needed for the world. And I think that in that context, food security, I think, is very important in that narrative to continue talking to countries which are suffering now from food shortage and explain what Ukraine is doing. Because I think that communication will be very important to win the heart of those who are still a bit confused with what they're hearing in the world.
Absolutely. And I think that's a perfect segue, in fact. Lena, you a wonderful introduction, but I do now see that Rostislav Shoma is here, and so perhaps we will hear from him what indeed Ukraine's plans are to get its narrative out, to get its way to come and join us on stage.
Zani, as Rostislav is making his way, I do have to say thank you to Rostislav. Thank you for Ukraine's view. And last thing that I'll say is that, Jose is too humble to say about his presidential award, and the fact that when Ukraine, it was announced $4 billion of aid is coming to Ukraine, but only 50 million was in the country. Everywhere you went, World Central Kitchen was everywhere. They're feeding 30,000 meals a day when the IDPs first started. And Jose, thank you so much. And Makhdad, and I see a $2 billion a war response package on behalf of IFC. I mean, Ukrainian farmers right now, Zani, they used to make $100 a ton. They're making $10. IFC's work throughout the years and continuing to support small farmers is a lifeline for the country. Thank you, and I pass it over. Thank you, Rostislav.
Yeah.
Thank you, Zani. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Thank you so much for joining us in light of the tragedy this morning. Our condolences, and we're really, really grateful that you're here. We started the conversation, but what I think we would love to hear is what your thinking is on two parameters. One, where you think we are in terms of the corridor agreement. Will it be extended? In practical terms, what is going to happen there? And secondly, we've just been discussing how can Ukraine get its message out to the rest of the world, particularly to Africa, but not just, to countries where food insecurity is a real issue, that Ukraine is the grain basket that can be an answer to this, and to get that narrative, to counter the alternative narrative that's there now.
Okay. Good afternoon to everybody. So first of all, maybe we should start from our DNA, because perhaps our country and our nation, we understand this issue better than anybody else, because we are the ones who have survived this handmade famine at the beginning of the 20th century, and we know when the millions of people were artificially murdered to death, that when it shouldn't come. So we understand what might happen with the dozens of millions, hundreds of millions of people in Africa, and that's why we are raising this story. So in terms of delivering that message, I think that the numbers tell themselves that if we look at the structure of the export sales of our food products, so 40% of them go to the countries which potentially experience the food shortage, and the vice versa. If you look at the structure of the imports, it depends from country to country, but this is dozens of percentage points that they get the food from us. So obviously the authorities, they do understand that we are key supplier of the food to the specific market. And perhaps not all the people can understand this, because the communications, the TV, the internet is not so good as in the Western world, but at least the management of the country, they do understand how critical is Ukraine for them. So this may be starting from the second part of your question. The first question is about the corridor. I think everything that relates to Russians is difficult to predict, because nobody could predict that they will invade. So there was no rationale behind this. The intelligence told, but we thought that it was okay. This was just the bargaining on the peace deal that we are doing there. So just do the predictions half a year ahead how the corridor will work. I think we are too dependent on the very subjective actions that they can do. So as we are doing what we do in the military part in the Black Sea, what we do with our partners, I think that with the very high probability, 90+%, we should maintain the corridor at least as it is, and we should potentially expand it to the Nikolaev and to the other locations. I cannot tell all the details, but obviously there is a very detailed plan, specifically military one, how to make this work. But again, you can never promise 100% or commit 100% if you deal with Russians.
And perhaps that's very not only helpful but very encouraging. Can you also give us an update of what is actually happening in the Ukrainian agricultural sector right now? I mean, how much are you expecting in terms of production for the next harvest? How big has the impact been, and how much can we expect for Ukraine to be exporting?
Yeah. So traditionally, the Ukraine has reached the peak numbers, I think, before the war. This was slightly above 100 million tons, if we speak about the crops. So again, to predict the very distinct numbers, it might be difficult, but approximately, I think it's about minus 20 to 30%, based on what we see on the land, what was seeded. Based on the land that was occupied. Maybe we will have some further shortages, because in agriculture there are a little bit of lead times, because if you don't take the crop in time, then there is lead time effects for the productivity later on. So unfortunately, even if we resolve the problem, it won't be easier to come back to the previous levels. It will take a year or two to maintain back the technology to come back to the existing levels. But currently I think that it should be somewhere around minus 30%. It may be minus 25, minus 35, but nobody knows exactly at the moment.
Jose, maybe you could jump in there, because I know you've spent a lot of time there. You've been.
It's just to remember that obviously the problem is being compounded by everything is happening on top of the war, but it's been shortage of fertilizers, it's been machinery that is being destroyed, all of those things. It's already very difficult to produce anything in any farm without a war. Imagine in the middle of a war. But I think the important thing here is food is a national security issue, not only for Ukraine, but for every country. Ukraine is showing us how food must be at the highest level. Every president must have a national security advisor, expert on food. And if anything, Ukraine is just showing us the why. And I would say it's very important. In a moment we've been talking about gas prices, Europe negotiating with Russia. That quite frankly, I think Europe should be doing more in buying absolutely no gas from Russia. As a fellow American European, I wish Europe will be stronger in saying we are not buying any more gas. But on the grain that you said that the farmers, they be getting less per ton. I think will be amazing support from the international community, governments and private big companies, that they will help Ukraine honoring a price that can make every farmer in Ukraine successful. Ukrainians should not be working because they are in a war just to sell the grain under market value. I think one of the biggest commitments that through UN and other organizations we can be doing is that every farmer in Ukraine will get the right payment for what they are producing. Is the least that we can do. The international community should do more to make sure that every Ukrainian farmer keeps doing what they do, but making it economically speaking for the long term.
Yes. I have one important remark here. So if you look at the food prices now, they are elevated and they are perhaps the highest for the whole century. But if you look at the price that the specific Ukrainian farmer gets, it's half of that price. Just because of all these logistical complications, from 40 to 60% is being cut to the long logistics, which is just destroyed. And finally, the price that gets the farmer is lower than it was one of the lowest for the recent 5 to 7 years. And obviously, this type of environment, it doesn't stimulate to work on productivity, to work on the investments, to keep up the land seeding, and the making the logistics proper is absolutely key thing for our food business. And strategically, there is one more thing which can resolve this issue, is doing more processing in Ukraine. Because when you do processing, you decrease the amount, the volume that you need to export from 2 to 3 times, depending on the product. If it's meat, it can be 2.5 to 9 times, if you speak about the beef, for example. For the milk products, for the spirits, for the oils, for everything. So the more processing we have domestically, the more we can for sure export within the inland corridors. because we see that our inland corridors can safely guaranteed 2.5 million. So let's assume that we convert this 100 million tons of crops to the final products, so it'll be around 30 million. So this is what is the capacity of our railway and car transport to the Western Europe and then to sell it through the ports.
So it makes it logistically easier and it increases the value added. Makta, that's a perfect segue to you because these are the kinds of projects that you would be financing. So maybe we can move from the here and now to a longer term perspective, which is the kind of agricultural sector you would like to create. We had a fascinating conversation yesterday with the First Lady about the kind of Ukrainian society that will be created. Let's talk about the kind of agricultural sector that will be created.
No, thank you. One of the things that we're doing to help on that is to give more working capital to companies, particularly agro-negocios. Our numbers of short-term financing in IFC has been just ramping up a lot during this first half of the year. A lot of this is trade finance and working capital, because we believe that without that, the farmer cannot continue. So we will be continue doing that, and we extend also credit line to the financial sector to be able to continue supporting financially the farmers. So for us, it's important to do that. And the trade financing is very important in this context, because the risk perceived by banks to finance import of seeds or whatever is needed for them is very, there's a lot of aversion. So there's any institution like ours to take the risk and say we will support the trade financing. So we'll be doing that and continue doing more of it. The third thing that we are doing is to work on exactly what you have been talking. We've been engaged with the Ukrainian before the war on the land reform and all these issues around land reform. And I think that it's time now to continue to work on all the decrees, the paperwork or whatever, the law that needs to be put in place so that at time zero things can start. Secondly, we have signed an advisory agreement with the Minister of Finance on PPP. And that will be very important because it will allow to crowd in a lot of private sector investment in the agricultural sector, because we will have a legal framework which is conducive to investing. Third, what is happening to the neighboring countries? I make a small digression. We are working also on the municipalities which are receiving refugees in Poland and so forth. We are working on payment systems that will be allowing to accelerate and make it more easy. I think that we have an opportunity tomorrow to using the very high IT capability in Ukraine to create really an agriculture which is totally different, where all the machine learning, the AI capability to look at the soil, find the input which are more adapted to the soil in Ukraine to reduce emission. All that could be done now, and I think that this is also something that I think in the world that we're building together tomorrow, that Ukraine will be able to export to other countries. And I believe that the Ukraine of tomorrow will be exporting much more solutions to the rest of the world to bring the narrative. And lastly, and I will just say the innovations that I'm seeing being yesterday we were talking about it on the initiatives that are taken for the bionic arms for injured people. Just think about, unfortunately, the number of conflicts we still have in the world. All that experience that is built now in Ukraine, as it could be served as being solving problem of the world. So what I see is that the Ukraine of tomorrow will not be a Ukraine which is solving only its problem, but the Ukraine will be helping solving problems of the world. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a totally different dynamics.
Yes, maybe a few comments on that. So thank you very much for your really big work for funding the agriculture, and the trade finance is absolutely critical to maintain the existing level of the trade, but it does not bring us to the target that we have just discussed. So capital finance is absolutely critical. So the more we shift to the capital projects with you, the faster we'll do this transformation, because without the first loss capital from you in this sector, unfortunately, the train will not start going. So this is important. On our side, we will not sit and wait until we get the money. We'll try to do very practical things, because we got them from the agri guys that say, okay, I have this problem, you need to fix this. The first one is about the war insurance. So we've done already the pilot deals with your sister company, with the MIGA. So the first projects are already signed to have the military insurance at very, very funny price. So I think we'll be able to multiply it many times. The second one is about the land bureaucracy, what you mentioned. So here's very interesting thing. If you do the crops, you need the agri-land. If you want to build a small site to produce the meat or biofuels or oil, you need the industrial land. And in Ukraine now it's real mess to do this conversion from one type of land to another one. What we plan to do that within maximum, I think 2 months, we'll finally adopt a law which is already registered and will be voted the first time in 2 weeks and then finally in 2 months, which will allow in just one electronic application to convert the land from the agri to the industrial, to make this process very easy without any approvals, just the electronic notification.
The war insurance, I hope everybody understands, but try to explain it simply. If you are a farmer and you are in the middle of a war and you don't have a lot of money in the bank or you're not getting a loan from the bankers, you are not risking that money when you think you are going to be losing your crop. So if they are able to get the war insurance, is what I saw last April when I was traveling and learning from farmers. We invested a few $1 million with few companies, LNC. All of a sudden they feel like, yeah, we're not going to lose our farm because we are trying to produce food. So this is vital that these things are in place, because this gives reassurance to the farmers that they are not going to be working in vain, that they are not going to be losing the whole thing.
So just a point on this, because it's obvious for us because we're working on it, but just for the public at large. MIGA is the World Bank Group. You have IFCS, MIGA, which is basically very integrated to us on guarantee, but we're working on political guarantee, and you have the IBRD. What is the innovation is that MIGA extended its mandate to war guarantee. That's something that MIGA never did. And I think that's something quite important, because it's an innovation for the World Bank Group that we had by working very closely with the Ukrainian authority. And I would like to thank you, because it will help us not only to solve to address the problem in Ukraine, but to look at a country in conflict, because you have other countries who are facing conflict, and which might be benefits for that instrument to bring more peace in this world that we need so much.
That's a very important point, that you're making innovations now that can be used in other countries. I want to leave a little time for a question or two. So yes, lady, third row back here. No, one in front, and then we'll have you behind.
Hello, Natalia Mikolska. I'm independent non-executive member of the board of Ukrhydroenergo, the state-owned company. My question is actually related to energy, because we understand that partially the prices for agriculture product also rose, because now we have the problem with electricity and they have to use generators, because the crops are not only produced, but they have to be dried, stored, etc. And my question is, what is your prognosis in terms of further development of the agriculture sector, especially now when we have a shortage of electricity? Because I think that it would definitely affect the sector. It would definitely affect potential future processing that Rostislav mentioned. Thank you.
I'll take the question. So I think there are two stories: the global pricing story for the energy and the local issue of the shortages because of the shelling. So obviously that there might be some problem for a year or two with the pricing in energy, but it will normalize, because the Europe is rebuilding their energy supply system, and but it will slowly go down, and will normalize to the pre-war average decades level, maybe a little bit elevated on the inflation, 3-4% per annum, which is expected by all the global analysts. So yeah, it will be a couple of tough years, but then it will be normalized. The second one is about the shortage. It's a problem, but what is really important that none of the Ukrainian capacities in any industry was running 100%. So they were running 50, 60, 70%, 30. What does it mean? It means that the shortage for electricity is like 8 hours a day, 12 hours a day. So normally they manage to adapt their production schedule still to run at 70 to 80% what they produced before. So this is not for the moment as critical as it was. This is number one. And number two, just in 2 months we will have the big change, because the season will change. So the seasonal consumption of electricity will decrease roughly 25 to 30%, just because the pumps will be switched off that work for heating, just the population will stop use heating for electric heating, etc. Because of the day becomes longer. Normally it's minus 25, 30%. And at the same time, we are doing our job to refurbish what was destroyed. So I think starting since mid of March, beginning of April, situation should be much better in terms of the supplies.
Should we take the question? Yes, lady, 2 rows back there.
Hello, my name is Catherine Valinga. I'm CEO of Sirkova Vodka. And Rostislav, you brought up a very important point when we speak about the future and we look at the importance of brands. I see a future where there are powerful brands produced in Ukraine that are on the shelves of retailers, that are in bars and restaurants all across the world. And I can say I've spent 15 years on this. And the most difficult thing about building a brand is marketing, know-how, access to retailers, and distribution. As we know, consolidation in the American vodka markets and everything else. So how can we help Ukrainian producers create powerful global brands and get onto shelves?
Should we maybe start with Jose, who knows what's inside out, and then we'll turn to you.
I mean, obviously, government have always a lot of work that they can do to help private business. But private business, we have to be in the business of doing private business. In case it's not happening, I promise you right now that your vodka is going to be in every one of my favorite restaurants. A little commitment. Number 2, also in the humanitarian side, is a very important moment. World Central Kitchen, we've done every effort we can to buy Ukrainian. The sunflower oil we give to Ukrainians in the places with no supermarkets, like Kherson. We were there 2 days after the city was retaken. I was able to join my team 3 days after. The sunflower was Ukrainian. The flour was Ukrainian. The chicken was produced in Ukraine. The beef cans we give was produced in Ukraine. It's very important that in the process of helping Ukraine, every dollar as possible stays in Ukraine, because then we help the companies build and rebuild in the middle of the war. And Ukrainians are amazing for that. So I'm very happy that World Central Kitchen has done their little part. And I have one more promise to you. And I told President Zelensky, as soon as the war is over, when I'm going to start doing a pilot, I'm going to be in Ukraine again the 5th of February. I'll be until the anniversary of the invasion. I'm going to start doing a pilot of a food show showcasing the farmers, the fishermen, the eggs from Vinnytsia, the borscht, every single restaurant. And hopefully it'll be a show that one day we'll see one of the big TVs of the world, because this will be a great way to be helping Ukraine rebuild once the freedom is achieved. And you have my promise on that.
All right. Did you want to add something, Rostislav?
I think what you told is basically our dream to build the branded products, but we should be very realistic and very pragmatic. We won't be able to sell 30 million tons of branded products because of a few reasons. And one is perhaps just because of the structure of consumer sales. So during the last 2 decades, the fundamental changes have happened in retail. We have very strong key accounts which control the shelf and which have the private label. And if you come to any network, Lidl, Tesco, Carrefour, you will see that the 80% of the shelf is being controlled by the private label. So they get all the margin for the distribution and for the marketing. And I think pragmatically, the place what we can get in the big terms, in the big play, to become the big private label suppliers for the key accounts. And this is where the multi-million tons business is for us. Hopefully, some of the brands, dozens of the brands, will grow up and get the brand margin and brand position. But the bulk business will be there. And what we need for this, we need 2 things. The first one, 3 things, sorry. Access to the market, regulatory access to the market. So there is some progress there, but still a lot of job has to be done to get the access to the EU agri market. The second one is access to the shelf. because there is a huge competition among the manufacturers to become the suppliers of the private label, who basically can squeeze any manufacturer now on the terms of the margin. And number 3 is the funding, the capital funding that we were discussing in the previous section of our conversation. So if we manage to do these 3 things, we have a chance to become a multi-million ton suppliers of the food products to the key accounts, ready products with lower margin, but anyway, it's many, many times higher margin that is on the bulk products now, on the grain, on the maize, on the sunflower. And some of these suppliers have a chance to become branded suppliers with the absolutely different value of the product. So this is what is our vision as the government in this area.
So I'm afraid we're out of time, but that strikes me as being a very, very appropriate, upbeat place to end. Ukraine is going to be the branded product leader, thanks to you, Jose, you're going to accelerate that. It's going to be the bulk producer. You're going to provide the financing. We've solved this.
Deal is done.
Deal's done. Thank you.
Deal is done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was fun.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ukraine is every one of us who supports the world even in their hardest times. Ukraine is he who sacrifices himself for peace, those who do not complain but keep working. Ukraine is she who is the foundation for the world's wellness. She whose pose is a symbol, those with grains of victory, those with winning energy.
People always loved to imagine the future. 1,000 years ago, 100, 50 years ago, 20 years ago, a year ago too. And here's what the future is really like. Because after all, it's all about life. Here and now. Businesses already know that. And what about governments? We are here to talk about government technologies and digital transformation. Introducing Digitality, GovTech Center of Excellence. Lead today, shape tomorrow.
Нормально. А мене чутно? Да. Все, тоді я під'єднався через цих, якщо... Так, все. Так. Да. Ну, да. Тобто, якщо потрібно. Скільки там буде панель? Що-то не чутно вас зараз. Да, зараз.
Dear guests, good afternoon. Please move forward. We do have some seats here. Please move forward. My name is Uliana Chromyak, and I'm the Executive Director of Ukraine House Davos. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you here today. The panels that we are holding today are dedicated to the investment opportunities and also to the rebuilding of the country. Before we start this panel, I would like to show you a short video, please.
Ukraine is every one of us who invests and cooperates for a better world. Ukraine is he who gives us more than he has. Those who require nothing in return. Ukraine is she who takes every opportunity. Those who don't trade lives. Those who have joined forces. Those who feed our energy. Ukraine is he who admires innovation. Those who gifted us with new gadgets. She who is in love with Ukraine. Those who keep us attractive. Ukraine is they who are not saving today. Those who save the tomorrow. And Ukraine is everyone who joins us.
Thank you. And it is my great pleasure to invite to the stage Yaroslava Johnson, the President and CEO of Western NIS Enterprise Fund, and Panislava is also a core organizer of Ukraine House Davos. So please welcome Panislava. The floor is yours.
Let me go in here. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be the person leading this discussion on investment in Ukraine now and investment in the future with an esteemed panel of Rostislav Shurma. Please take the stage. Maya Sandu, the President of the Republic of Moldova. Okay. Dr. Werner Hoyer, the President of the European Investment Bank. Rustem Umerov, who will be joining us from Kyiv online, is the chairman of the State Property Fund of Ukraine. And Lena Kosharna, the founding partner and CEO of Horizon Capital Associates. My name is Yaroslava Johnson. I'm the president of Western NIS Enterprise Fund since 2019, and I have been on the board of the Western NIS Enterprise Funds since 1994 when I was appointed by President Bill Clinton. Western NIS Enterprise Fund was launched in 1990. Louder? Okay. Is there a sound problem? Okay. Okay, let me start again. My name is Yaroslava Johnson. I'm the president and CEO of the Western NIS Enterprise Fund since 2015, and I'm board member since 1994 when I was appointed by President Bill Clinton. Western NIS Enterprise Fund launched in 1994 with $150 million from the U.S. government via the United States Agency of International Development. We initially had the ability to invest this money, $188 million cumulatively, in 136 companies, which employed 23,000 employees, and raised another $2.3 billion to Ukrainians and to the region. We will start the discussion today with a round of questions to the panelists, and then we will probably have an opportunity to have questions from the audience. So let's start with Mr. Sherma. You are the deputy head of the Office of the President of Ukraine, with a primary responsibility for the economy and investment. The President of Ukraine has said many times that attracting investment was a top priority. What do you see are good investment opportunities right now during the war, and what do you anticipate would be additional investment opportunities once Ukraine is victorious?
Good afternoon to everybody. So obviously, the war that has happened, it has always also brought the big perspectives and big opportunities to our country. For example, because the whole landscape in Europe has changed. For example, the energy landscape. So Europe was traditionally very reliant on the Russian fossil fuels, 115 billion cubic meters of gas, 200 million tons of oil per annum, 100 million tons of coal every year supplied to Europe, which was up to 30 to 40% of the whole European power sources. Now it is not available anymore and should be replaced with something. Obviously that nobody will dig coal in the Europe, and it will be replaced with the green resources. But physically, there is not enough land in Europe, not enough onshore wind, so Ukraine has a unique opportunity to become the new powerhouse for Europe, green powerhouse, because we have vast land, we have good insulation, we have good onshore wind, and we have good offshore wind, just as we regain the territories in the Black Sea. And what is really important that this segment, it provides the opportunities for both for the global majors who play really big, and for the hundreds, thousands of small and medium enterprises in Ukraine to set up the business. So we think this is one of the key segments that will maybe be up to 20 to 30% of the whole recovery plan in Ukraine. Green electricity for the Europe and green hydrogen for the Europe based on the location, infrastructure and natural opportunities that we have. I think this is number one and the biggest one. Number two is about the agri that we discussed in the previous panels. So we are the producer of the bulk, but there is the huge extra margin and opportunity of going to the next stage, producing meat, milk, spirits, oils, feedstock, etc. Because even if we go to the private labels, not to the brands, it provides the huge extra margin for our producers. Number three is what we traditionally had is about the IT sectors, because we have one of the best human capital in the world with the very strong engineering potential. And we expect that it will develop even in the pace is faster than it was before. Number four is about the infrastructure, because all the areas that were traditionally owned and operated only by the government, I think we changed the policy with the PPPs, roads, airports, ports, will be the subject to the concessions and to the private capital and the structural funds in the future. And number five, this is about all the types of manufacturing where we have the strong position. It is as important geopolitically as the energy is, because one of the key topics today at the Davos is the decoupling or diversifying from China and from the East Asia due to geopolitical risks. And Ukraine can be one of the locations that can offer the very good competitive advantage in multiple sectors, starting from the green steel, wood processing, chemicals, or any machine building, any other industry where we have human capital, and we have a lot of it, where we have natural deposits, and what is really important, we have the natural deposits of the future, of the lithium, of the graphite, of the manganese. That what would be needed for the future industries. So, but we do understand that the big money to all these segments perhaps will come only after the end of the war. What is important now that we start with the first phase, the research phase, because everybody knows in the business that it takes 6 to 9 months from the idea, from the land acquisition to the real startup of the project, just the shovel project, when you start constructing. So normally it takes 2-3% of the project value, but it might take up to 50% of the time of the implementation. So we hope that the many majors, many private entrepreneurs will already start investigating in these areas. Obviously, the business will always find the opportunities to earn, but this is what we think is really provides the strategic competitiveness of the country and opportunities that we have.
How do you anticipate mitigating risk? That's obviously an issue that many investors have to investing right now during the war. Post-war, I understand, but what happens now?
Yeah, so just to allow some of the projects now, we have already started the pilot project with the MIGA. MIGA is a subsidiary of the World Bank, which provides the military risk guarantee at a very moderate cost. So I would say that this is the financial innovation, because this is the first time when the MIGA did this type of insurance. So the couple first projects are being selected, so we will go through the process in the pilot way, and I think this will be the mass product for any investor that will come in Ukraine until the war is over. Because the key risk now is that your business will be physically destroyed by the Russian missile.
Thank you. The press has written several times about meetings between the President Zelensky and BlackRock CEO Larry Fink, starting in September, and the whole purpose was to attract foreign investment to Ukraine that would provide a fund for rebuilding Ukraine in the future. Can you share some information how did this come about, and what is the ultimate goal of this entire negotiations or discussions?
So the ultimate goal of this project is that the companies like BlackRock, like Fidelity, like Blackstone, like Brookfields, they come to Ukraine with the multiple billion funds each. Because we understand that the value of the renovation of the country will be above 500 billion, so there are numbers between 700 and 800, and we understand that the 80% of this money will be private money. And these are the best and the biggest sources of the long-term investment capital, so we want to take them on board. And to take them on board, they are not easy to take the decision. They should be very well involved in the process. They should carefully study everything. That's why we understand that it will take 6 months, 9 months, a year. When they get some comfort, maybe they provide some recommendation what we should change in our regulation, in our taxation, etc. But at the moment, the commitment of the BlackRock is to provide the consulting for us to properly structure the private funds that will fund specifically the sectors and industry that I have mentioned. There is no fixed commitment for money funds, for specific funds from the BlackRock, and we do not expect it to be in the near 3 months. We expect to finalize our work on the structuring the funds, and then when the war is over, we do not wait 3-4 years like it was with the Marshall Plan, so that we can start immediately in the first weeks and months with the implementation.
Thank you very much. President Sandu, Moldova has been among the countries with the highest inflow of Ukrainian refugees on a per capita basis and on a dollar GDP basis. Moldova has taken a staunchly pro-Ukrainian position despite the energy and trade blackmail that Russia has leveled against Moldova. Both Ukraine and Moldova have become EU candidate countries following the full-scale Russian invasion. Both have futures that are intertwined somewhat. Against that backdrop, what do you see as Moldova's role in reconstruction of Ukraine?
First of all, let me start with expressing my condolences for the lost lives in this horrific accident. And let me reiterate again that the brave Ukrainians are defending today also my country. We feel safer thanks to the bravery and to the courageous people in Ukraine. And we appreciate it very much. And we will continue to say that Ukraine needs all the support. It should receive all the support that it needs today because it defends its liberty, but it also fights for the liberty of the entire continent. As you mentioned, we've been trying to help with the refugees, and I am grateful and I'm proud of the Moldovan people because we have managed to help the almost between 650,000 Ukrainian refugees which passed through Moldova. Some of them spent months, and some of them are still in Moldova. Some spent weeks, and we have managed to provide this help thanks to the Moldovan people. Today we have about 3% of our population are refugees, and will continue to help as much as we can. Moldova does not face military aggression again thanks to the resistance shown by Ukraine, but we do face the hybrid war elements, and we are trying to keep the country stable, because we do believe that it is important to keep Moldova stable and democratic, both for our own sake but also for Ukraine. And it is extremely important for us, for Ukraine to be free, strong and prosperous and democratic. This is the only way we can develop. We have been trying to help with the solidarity lanes, and here I mean the platform that we have created to help the exports of grain from Ukraine through the only port that we have, but also on the route to Romania, and will continue to provide such help. We have been trying to help with the import of inputs, and especially the gasoline, the much needed gasoline. We want to participate in common energy projects. We need to diversify, and Ukraine is doing the same. And we are ready to work on electricity projects, on balancing. We're ready to work on renewable storage and production. And of course, we want to develop our infrastructure within common projects with Ukraine when it comes to railways, transport, everything that is going to link our two countries with the European Union, because this is where we're heading, and this is where we want our economies to be developing towards.
Thank you. Ukrainians, of course, will be eternally grateful to Moldovans for opening their doors and their hearts and their generous help for Ukrainian people. And I think that shows the sign of a good neighbor. He mentioned that the economies of the two countries have certain overlaps and sort of spillovers. What opportunities do you see for investors going forward?
I think the biggest news here is that our countries have gotten the European perspective. And I think we can say with certainty that both countries are going to become EU members sooner than many of you in this room might think. And I strongly believe this. So this is the biggest positive news for us, but also for the potential investors. Of course, the war has changed things, and the competitive advantages that we had before the war are not anymore the same. But we do believe that Ukraine is going to win this war, and we do believe that reconstruction is going to start, and we do believe that those investors which are not afraid of the risks will count on a higher premium. And this means construction, this means energy, this means green energy, this means IT. And then for some of these areas, it can start immediately because, for instance, IT is a sector resilient to the war, and things can start now. So I believe that the courageous investors and those who are looking for a higher premium, they should start now. They should have the courage to go to Lviv, to Kyiv, to Odessa, to Chisinau, to get contacts to prepare for this period which is going to come, the reconstruction. And I do believe that such investors are going to have a competitive advantage when this big, massive reconstruction process starts. So I do see this two big advantages. Our EU perspective, and I want to repeat that this is serious and this is going to happen sooner than you might think. And second, the reconstruction process that I also believe strongly will start soon.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hoyer, the European Investment Bank is the lending arm of the European Union and the biggest multilateral financial institution in the world. The bank has publicly condemned Russia's invasion in Ukraine and has made a clear indication that the institution stands by Ukraine. Can you tell us some of the details of the Ukraine Solidarity Urgent Response Package? How much has been dispersed? What was its purpose originally? How much was it dispersed? How do you see it working in Ukraine going forward?
Well, thank you very much for inviting me. But before I respond to your question, let me also express my condolences to the Ukrainian people, to the President, but also to you, Mr. Sharma. I'm aware that you lost one of your closest friends today in this tragic accident. And let me congratulate President Sandu on the achievements in Moldova and the resolve with which you are on the European track, just like Ukraine. And that's key, because that is going to be a game changer. And we have seen 30 years ago how much of a game changer the way towards the European Union can be. Look where Poland stands today. Poland is economically one of the most advanced countries in the European Union now, and I'm not talking about the Baltic Sea states. They're even further when it comes in particular to modernization of our industries. So this is a road to go, and sometimes when I'm in big events on Ukraine, we talk about one very, very important dimension all the time, from morning to night and from night to morning. That's the military dimension. And it's important, and we need to bring about all the support possible. But on the other hand, the biggest contribution to the resilience of the Ukrainian people comes from the functioning of the economy. And we have to do everything in order to keep that economy functioning. And of course, the war has not only produced terrible human losses and victims and disadvantages, but it has also shown this resolve and this determination to take it. And I think, as you have said, we know very well these people, with their courage and determination, they don't only defend Ukrainian interests and lives, they defend our values. So we take that very, very seriously. And the European Investment Bank, the EU Bank, has a clean record on this. We began our cooperation with Ukraine immediately after the beginning of the independence. And then in 2014, we took a strategic decision which was separate from the rest of the Union at that time, because obviously they did not see the seriousness of the situation. We, after the invasion of Crimea, stopped our business with Russia. And that was a huge program, the Partnership for Modernization. If you look at the competitiveness of Russian industry, then you get aware how important that program would be. So we had then more funds to go into Central, Eastern, and Southeastern Europe, and we could do more in Ukraine. Well, after the invasion now, 9 months ago, we were in the critical situation that we thought, okay, immediate help is necessary, but we cannot look around to find new projects. We need to help with what is needed right now. So within 1 week, dispersed close to 700 million euros for immediate help in order to get the supplies for medical, for schools, for all these things. But this can only be the first step. Concrete investment project, and we are an investment bank, a project financier, not a budget financier. So the finance minister, although I'm afraid of him because he's going to be one of my governors very soon, and the finance ministers of the European Union are the governors of the European Investment Bank, but I cannot help him with his budget, but I can help him with financing good projects. And when we see the Ukraine coming in, we see one big strength coming in. I mean, there is a lot that needs to be caught up. There are lots that needs to be rebuilt. And we should not talk about these huge amounts of billions and trillions all the time. That is more a deterrent than an encouragement. We should talk about the capacity which is there from the natural resources and from the setup of the country and the intelligence of the people, and in particular from the strength of the workforce. So I'm sure that once the door is open, the Ukrainian will make the best of it. In that context, the EIB, I think, should help much more. We have been very active in projects from subway systems to all kinds of things in the energy front. Hospitals in particular, we have rebuilt bridges which the Russians had destroyed, and we thought we need to rebuild them now because these bridges are needed in order to keep the economy in that region around that city functioning. So this can be done, but we need much more support. When we as a AAA bank, which needs to borrow up to 100 billion euros on the capital markets every year in order to finance our projects, we need to secure that, A, these are good projects. This is why we offer also to Ukraine advisory capacity and technical support. But we also need to be sure that we go into risky business. The bridge I mentioned might be destroyed in a couple of months again. And the politicians in the European Union should not be afraid of that if you distribute the burden of that potential loss equally around them. So we need, in other words, guarantees. People are talking much too much about capital and capital injections. What we need is not capital. Mind, this is sensational for multilateral banks. We do not need capital. We need guarantees. And this is where all of you can help, because put pressure on the politicians to make sure that this bank can continue its work in Ukraine.
Thank you. The EIB provides loans for the private sector and intermediate loans to SMEs and mid-caps and equity focused on venture capital, infrastructure, environmental. How many of these projects are open to Ukraine right now, and or will they be available at some point if they're not open now?
Well, what has been decided about Ukraine, by the way, also the public sector, that has been done and has been done successfully. So we're quite happy with it. We can and we should do much more. The financing corner that we need to get around, I've just described. But the good thing is that there is no lack of good project ideas in Ukraine. And it doesn't take foreigners to go there and tell them what to do. The ideas come from the Ukrainians themselves, and then we check it, give advice if necessary. If the project is stupid, then we will not finance it. But if there is a chance that it is going to be a contribution to progress in Ukraine, then we have open doors.
Okay, thank you. Could someone hook in Mr. Umerov from Kiev?
Yes, certainly.
You have something? Oh, hi. Hello. Nice to see you virtually. Mr. Umerov, you have an interesting background. You were born in Crimea. You were a member of Parliament of Ukraine. You also, as soon as the war started, you became the chief negotiator on behalf of President Zelensky, and now you're the chairman of the State Property Fund. What a career. I wanted to ask you, what is your role as negotiator? What are you doing actually for Ukraine, and who are you negotiating with?
Sure. First of all, to become a Rostom Umerov, you have to be born in deportation in Samarkand.
Okay. Okay.
And then return to your ancestral land in Crimea after deportation, become an IDP, refugee, and then being those people who were filled there from Russia face the discriminatory actions, but learn how to withstand and fight and to protect your own rights. Become a student in Kiev, learn what is EU and NATO, and design your architecture of your future nation. So basically, this is my background. As for the negotiation part of yours, it started in 2014 since Crimea, where I'm originally from, was temporarily occupied. So at that time, there was no central government. There was no collective West strong response. So that is why we started our strategy at that time to resist by all means available, starting from non-violent and then with the arms in all territory, advocate globally to become EU, NATO country, and hopefully one day G20 country. So as from 24th of February, everything changed, the dimension changed, the scale changed, so it became from regional to global. So the leadership of Ukraine, President Zelensky and his team, architecturized the global security, and they showed an exemplary resistance when state officials, state apparatus, defense forces, state-owned enterprises, partners, and people of Ukraine were aligned in one mission alone: to defend country, to defend European continent, and to defend the global security. So at this stage, of course, our work was focused to the civil corridor. There was up to 10 regions temporarily occupied. We withstood them, kicked them out, and we provided the civil corridor from the temporary occupied territory to civilians. Up to 400 to 500,000 civilians have crossed from these temporary occupied territories to Ukrainian corridor, to Ukrainian controlled territories. We made peace talks to show the world that we are capable, civilized European country and able to negotiate, and we've also been able to bring back 1,500 prisoners of war. We also showed that there is a grain initiative, and President Zelensky just recently on G19 have shown that there is a peace plan with 10 steps. So those are our areas where we negotiated. As a state property fund, I've just been appointed just a couple months ago, but for the last 130 days, we've analyzed that many discussions are being done on state property fund. It's like kind of Ukrainian sovereign fund. We have 3,600 state-owned enterprises. Fortunately, we will be liquidating and filing for bankruptcy 2,600 actually not existing enterprises. There are some on temporary occupied territories, and the rest we will be privatizing. So basically speaking, as a chairman for the last 130 days, we've analyzed, we're capable, and we will be sending 95% to privatization. We will be 2% of the state-owned enterprises will be managed by asset management, and remaining we will be creating a land bank and a real estate investment trust.
Wow, that's a major, major assignment. I've been in Ukraine for many years, and I've heard about these 3,000 enterprises for many years. Everyone's promised to liquidate them, and no one's managed to do it. I hope you do it. Good luck to you. Now, I have another question for you. The press has said that you've been also negotiating with sovereign wealth funds, and most recently with ADQ, the sovereign wealth fund of the United Arab Emirates, which has about $200 billion in assets. Can you share some light on this negotiation? What is the goal of setting up a sovereign wealth fund for Ukraine?
Sure. Our organic partners is North American European Union. And we've discussed with DFC, USAID, IMF, all the major investment banks in Europe and US. But we also said that we need a growth market, and we need a state policy towards the Middle East, North Africa, and other areas. So basically, we met with Public Investment Fund, ADQ, Mubadala, ADIA, Qatar Investment Authority. The focuses were that they are now involved in also providing the assistance on conflict resolution. Secondly, they're involved in humanitarian aid, and we're thinking if they could provide us assistance in advisory on establishing a sovereign fund. In addition, their best practices. They've also they want to participate in privatization. So basically, we are analyzing new investments and financial instruments and investment programs with them. So at this stage, those are the areas that we're covering with them.
What benefit will a sovereign wealth fund do for Ukraine? Why should Ukraine have one?
If we would analyze the 2% of the assets we will leave in our hands at the moment, so which comprises up to 70 to 100 companies, we, of course, seen that state-owned enterprises not all the time show the bad experiences, because after 24th of February, we show the resistance, and most of the state apparatus, state officials, and state-owned enterprises show huge resistance. So that's why it's a critical. Of course, the governance will be focused on the governance, and this new Ukrainian sovereign fund will be managing those assets that will not be privatized. In addition, it may become a platform for the new investments to come, and a new partnership and investment programs with other sovereign funds, pension funds, insurance companies, private equity companies.
Thank you very much. Now to Ms. Kosharny. It's strange for me to call Lena Ms. Kosharny because we've worked together for 30 years, but anyway, Ms. Kosharny. in the middle of the war in September, you raised $125 million out of a target of $250 for your next growth fund. It was a daunting task, and everyone said it can't be done during a war, and yet you did it. How did you do it?
Thank you so much. I'm going to say Yaroslava, not Ms. Johnson. Before I answer the question, I just want to say how absolutely impressed I am by the resilience. On a tragic day like today, Mr. Shurma, Mr. Umerov, all of the Ukrainian people, everyone who is here in support today. I'm one of the Ukraine House Davos organizers. We had so many prime ministers, presidents, high-level officials. Thank you, President Sandu, for your condolences. It's very important for everyone. And what is absolutely important, the first message before I answer the question, is that for those that think that all that's happening in Ukraine is that there are humanitarian, posts and lineups of folks throughout the entire country getting aid. That's not what's happening in Ukraine. The business community is resilient. The business community is strong. They are providing the services nonstop. We see the connectivity. We see the banking sector. We see the trade. We see the logistics infrastructure. And it is that Ukrainian resilience that's powering it on the ground. So the most important message that I want to say is that please get the capital and get the resources into the hands of Ukrainians, and they will do all the rest. The second message I want to say is that the last time I saw Mr. Shurma, Mr. Umerov, we were meeting right before, remember, Rostislav, we were in Kiev in November, right before our American Chamber of Commerce dinner. We were so excited. We'd organized the first dinner for Ambassador Bridget Brink, and 200 CEOs were coming in the middle of a war to have Thanksgiving dinner together. That was the day when 80 rockets, Iranian drones, throughout the country, nationwide strikes, and we were in the catacombs of the President's administration where Mr. Shurma and Mr. Umerov were working nonstop on business, investment, economic issues. It doesn't matter where people are. They can be in bomb shelters. And by the way, we had that dinner. We were not going to let Mr. Putin, we were not going to let him ruin Thanksgiving dinner. 200 CEOs, the ambassador, within hours later, got together in the basement of the Intercontinental and had that dinner. And that's, I think, the spirit of resilience that we see in the business and economy. How did we raise that fund? We started in October 2021, and we have 1.2 billion under management. We typically raise funds 250 million. We started the fundraising for $250 million fund. We were so excited when DG came forward and said, we'd like to allocate 20 million of your 250 by the end of the year, despite the fact that every day there was stories about thousands, 110,000 on the border, 120,000 Russian troops on the border. They said, we want to allocate this year. Let's sign the subscription docs before year end. We did that with them, thanks to their backing. And then we had two conditions. Condition number one was we had to reach 100 million to accept that subscription. And condition number two was it had to happen before September 30th. We were all set. We were going to have the first closing in March. Of course, February 24th, all of our attention was on the safety, security of people, of the companies that we back, of 26,000 people throughout the country, evacuating people, working with them on their business models, helping them to move truckloads of equipment from Kiev to Western Ukraine, doing everything possible to support them. In May, we looked at the numbers. We saw that the companies had grown almost 30% since the full-fledged invasion. We saw the resilience of the export companies, of the tech champions, and we went back to our investors. The first question I got was, let's do a relocation fund to relocate Ukrainian businesses out of the country. And we said, no way. There's no way we're going to do that. We need the Ukrainian businesses on the ground, operating, resilient, and more capital. So we went back to all of our existing LPs, and we are so happy and delighted, all of them backed. IFC, EBRD, FMO, DG, as I mentioned, the Swiss through CFM, Western NAS, and Rockefeller Foundation helped us get to 125 million. We had a historic signing with the president of Ukraine, who is complimenting the investors for not waiting for the war to be over and for committing capital for Ukrainian businesses right now. So I guess my message really is to folks, don't wait. These companies need this capital now, and it really matters right now. I think after reconstruction starts, after the war is over, and by the way, reconstruction's already starting, the Ukrainians are funding it and doing what it takes now to rebuild Bucha, Irpin, and all these other cities. But I think there's going to be a lineup after the war ends. I think that Ukraine is watching, taking notes, and understands that those who are brave enough, those who are saying, you know what, we want to be with you now, shoulder to shoulder. We're willing to take the risk. We're willing to make the arguments to our boards. We're willing to stick our neck out because it's the right thing to do. And in 10 years, we don't want to be the institution that looks back and people ask, what did you do for Ukraine at that moment? Well, we waited until the war was over. You can't erase history.
Several months ago in Toronto, Prime Minister Schmihal said that the first to invest will be the one who benefits most. Do you share his perspective? Do you think investment now is a good idea? And you seem to be, but perhaps you can elaborate on what you think makes it worthwhile.
I'm so happy that he said those words, and what we saw. I had the pleasure of speaking at the Rebuild Ukraine conference and many conferences in Lugano and others, and the sentiment across the board is that people are looking. It is important that they start coming to Ukraine, that they start looking at the opportunities, that they start making the relationships, and of course it takes time. It was exactly what Mr. Sharma said. With BlackRock, the process is starting now. Understandably that the fund doesn't get formed tomorrow, but everybody, you've got to put in the work, you've got to put in the relationships, and it really matters now. So obviously, Yaroslava, I do believe in that statement. I do believe that now's the time, and I do believe that there will be a lineup, and it will be a very different picture after the war ends.
Great, thank you. Now we have a few minutes left for questions from the audience. There are microphones available, so please raise your hand. A microphone will be delivered to you. There's one question here, and then we'll be happy to take the questions. Where's the microphone? Nika, can you please give the microphone to this gentleman? You'll be next. He's first.
And there's a gentleman.
Yeah.
The gentleman at the back, maybe come forward a little bit.
Yeah, we can't even see you.
Konstantin Magaletsky, Green Ukraine Recovery Fund, we are investment fund which we are fundraising now for recovery of Ukraine in terms of renewables and infrastructure. I have a question to the president of EIB. How do you see the role of development institutions, EIB in particular, in terms of financing the private sector? Because now the development institutions were focused for the obvious reasons on saving Ukrainian economy, right? Ukrainian railways, Ukrainian energy system, and did fantastic job beyond any expectations. But so far the private sector got, by some estimates, way much smaller amounts, again, for the obvious reasons, right? But how do you see this situation in terms of financing for the private sector and for investment funds in particular, as Lena mentioned, and you answered, how do you see the situation going forward, and in particular the plans by your institutions? Thank you very much.
I start with a maybe unexpected response. Ukraine is not different from other European countries. Of course, you need a functioning electricity supply, you need functioning bridges, you need functional rail systems. But the backbone of the economy are the SMEs, is the Mittelstand in my language. And this means that we need to support them. We have widened the programs for this. Also, our subsidiary, the European Investment Fund, which provides SME loans and all these things and guarantees and securitizations in this field, is active now in Ukraine. And I think it is key. I mean, as important as the big players are in Ukraine, and they are very close to the state, which doesn't make things easier, the backbone of the economy of Ukraine will be the brains and the activities of the individual entrepreneurs.
Kathy? Okay, there's somebody over there. Okay, sure, I didn't see that.
Hi,
Fabienne Kinzelmann from Handelszeitung in Zurich. I think the Swiss government just funded its first big reconstruction project in Ukraine with like Schwihag AG and a 14 million project for railway systems in Ukraine. But it seems like the company is afraid to talk about this because they are afraid to lose like some business maybe in Asia, in India, in China. Is this a challenge you're also facing with other companies?
I don't think that there is the risk that you are talking about. The only direct risk might be about Russia, but I think all the civilized companies have decided or moved out from Russia. So I don't see any contradiction to doing business in Ukraine, in China, in India, in China, Southeast Asia, in China, in Ukraine. So simply, I think there was the lack of communication public and nothing more.
And how important is the Swiss project in Ukraine for you?
It's a small start.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this outstanding panel. I would ask the question maybe to Lena Kožarny and the Mr. President of EIB. So, the great tool of economic recovery, and not just post-war recovery, but during the war recovery, is here. It's private business, and Ukrainian companies were rushing to restore the operations in the liberated cities and territories. Like one of your fund's investment, Rosetka, is an example. Nova Poshta, Ukrposhta, supermarkets, they're doing great job. My question here, what are the tools you see to streamline access to finance for the SMEs and private sectors? Because some of the companies, they do have the capital, but to have the fast revival, we need this streamlined access, not 2 years access, not a year and a half access, but really on a snap. Are there tools of financing known to the world to help the SMEs and maybe larger business move ahead on the liberated territories? Thank you.
Well, let me start, if I may, and say this is a bloody difficult question, because one thing is for sure, the multilateral institutions and also the big national institutions who are of assistance to Ukraine are always too slow. I take the blame on my own institution. We are too slow. Between origination of a project and the disbursement, you have sometimes between 1 and 2 years. And that is simply, in such a situation, not acceptable. Okay, that can be mitigated and reduced. The second point is we need to have access to institutions below the level of an international bank, like a fund structure. And that is developing very quickly now because it is interesting. And thirdly, I think it is key to encourage the Ukrainian banks to go into a direct cooperation with the big international institutions, be they private or public, because we need to have the banking expertise on the ground, and they must be Ukrainians, and that must be understood by the Ukrainian customers. And therefore, I think this cooperation between the big international players and the local players in Ukraine is crucial.
Thank you, Dr. Hoyer. I will add to that.
Sorry,
sorry.
Catch the word again. I was happy about your question because one thing, when I'm in the political circles and I participate in all European councils or European finance ministers' meetings or foreign ministers' meetings, whatever, they talk about the reconstruction of Ukraine. They put huge numbers into the plan and say we're talking about billions and trillions of reconstruction. But that is the future, and it will certainly come. But now it's the time, let me put it in economic terms, to save the money, because everything that we will not do now in terms of investment will cost 10 times as much when the ink on the peace treaty is dry.
And just to add to that, indeed, as Dr. Hoyer said, it is a very challenging question because, the perspective from the ground, first of all, the 579 program was a lifeline for SMEs, many SMEs. I mean, this was billions of hryvnia that were dispersed in the 579 program. And, for others, and of course it's not available to everyone, you're facing the fact that, you've got interest rates at 25%. for hryvnia-denominated loans. You have financial intermediaries who are trying to do everything not to disperse, who maybe will say they're dispersing, but they're not dispersing, in fact, and certainly, only working with current clients, not extending new client relationships. And I think that's also, Dr. Hoyer, you asked for our help. We asked for the help of the institutions who are funding financial intermediaries to really put the pressure on that they're on the ground, they should be dispersing, and if they've got credit facilities that have been provided by institutions, they need to get them out the door. They need to be measured on that. We run our businesses all with KPIs, with metrics. Set KPIs, set metrics. If they have a 50 million or 100 million or 200 million credit, they should be dispersing it. It's not enough to do commitments. Commitments don't matter. What matters is disbursements and how much money is getting out the door to those businesses that are powering Ukraine's resilience.
Exactly. Okay, we have a question here in the first row.
Okay, so my name is Catherine Valinga. I'm CEO of Zirkova Vodka. We've discovered the origins of vodka in modern-day Ukraine. We've imported, we produce our brand, all suppliers, all materials in Ukraine for the last 15 years, and have literally brought hundreds of containers out. Mr. Sharma, my question is for you. So, again, I'm so sorry for the loss of your friend, for the loss of your colleagues, the tragedy. It's really about what you said about all normal companies have left Russia. Do we have we know, we see the Yale University, we monitor it all, but I want to know how many of those companies also exited Ukraine, and how many of those companies have taken their exit and put it into Ukraine? Do we have a sense of that? Do we have the metrics for that? Or are they is it all about Russia and not about Ukraine?
Okay. So let's start from the simplest. So I think the answer is close to zero. The business that was removed from Russia and then relocated to Ukraine. We see that there is the opportunity. The big part of this business will be ultimately relocated to Ukraine because it was located there to supply the regional market, and Ukraine can provide ultimately the same opportunities that Russia provided to them. But we believe that will happen maybe a bit later after the war is over, because these companies, these are industrial companies and corporates in specific segments, which are very risk diverse. So, and they are the latest who will take the decision to invest in the metrics that we see. They will come, but they will come a little bit later. Obviously, there are dozens of Western companies that have still not left Russia. I don't want to put the specific names. I would say that we are almost in the daily communication with their management, pushing them, and there is the progress. There are the companies that didn't do it in the first months of war, but did it in June, in September, in November. So I believe that one after another, we will push all of them out of Russia. And not just because we push them, because they understand that this is not in line with their principles to do the business there.
Okay. There's another question. Could you, microphone to the gentleman in the second row, and then you'll get yours. Okay.
Distinguished experts, I'm Alexei Zhmerensky, MP, Ukrainian MP, co-head of Parliamentary Caucus Strategic Foresight. And I want to ask you about your methodology in assessment of risks and critical conditions to decide invest or not invest in Ukraine. For example, we did a research with your commission, UNDP, and some parliamentarians from British. And we see different scenarios. In some scenarios, war will be for 2 years, in some for 10 years and 5 years. We see the risk of critical outflow of Ukrainian people, for example, and or very long risk of Russian invasion will be repeated. And what scenario is based scenario for you, and in which scenarios you will decide not to invest?
I will say this, that if everyone operated from the standpoint that there are so many risks that you can do nothing would ever get done. It's important to assess risks. It's important to try to mitigate them. But if you ask any of the entrepreneurs, that we talked, and we have over 200 entrepreneurs that we're in discussion with right now. All of them are looking forward to the future, are doing everything that they can to mitigate risk, to capitalize on opportunities, to pivot, and it's just astounding. I mean, in our portfolio that we look at the current, I'll give you, I mean, I think it's important, the actual facts. If you look at our $200 million fund, which we raised, closing 2017, and it's interesting because investors are so surprised that it's doing as well as it's doing. And we say it was raised, deployed, and invested at a time of war. I mean, this war started in February 2014. It didn't start in February 2022. It started 8 years ago. And these, this power of these visionary entrepreneurs who you look at all the unicorns that over the last 8 years have been established in Ukraine, those people understand the risks, but they also understand the human capital, the people, how resilient they are, how they can do so much with much less than their Western counterparts may have. You look at the IT companies. I mean, while others are slamming into the wall because they can't raise the next financing round, you see Ukrainian companies that are cash flow positive, are profitable, or they're doing everything possible, and they don't depend on the next financing round. So I think there's something very special in Ukraine, and you, of course, I'm not trying to downplay risk. I'm saying that you're ultimately backing people. You're not backing a risk model. You're backing a person, their idea, their belief, their team, the human capital, what they've created. And that's who we partner with. And those are the vision entrepreneurs. Those are the people who, like, Alexander Konatovsky at Ajax Systems. I mean, for him to move, 35 20-ton trucks in 35 days and set up his production platform in Western Ukraine and then expand to a second platform, I mean, that's things that people do over years. They plan this move, et cetera. They do it over a year or two. He did it in 35 days. So it's so much about the power of those entrepreneurs, and I think Ukrainian entrepreneurs are the best in the world.
We have one final question, and
Wolfram Koni from Ferexpo. We are a mining company in the Poltava Oblast, employing 10,000 people, generating 3% of exports, and currently operating with 1 out of 4 pelletizer, and also want to thank that's only possible due to the commitment of the staff and the great support from the authorities on local and federal level. What I wanted to say is, as a company of this size and complexity, we are obviously very much also dependent on the proper functioning of the judiciary. If you have a company of that size, you are dealing with the authorities on all levels, administrative level, with courts, and I think it's super important that these courts, even in these circumstances, work properly and the rule of law is respected. The question I have maybe to Mr. Umerov, I think it's very important that there is the greatest level of transparency possible when we come to martial law. I think everybody understands you imposed it. So far, to the best of my knowledge, you have nationalized 5 companies. Can you say something about the criteria you apply in applying the martial law? Thank you.
I think I'll take this question, Rustam. Yes.
Yes, sir.
So I do understand why is it. So first of all, everybody should know that the private property in Ukraine is untouchable, and there won't be the voluntary approach to seize some of the assets. So full stop, not to do any speculations. So the only reason why the martial law was applied to the specific companies was because there was huge risk to the national security. I provided the specific examples. For the oil company, they refused to supply the oil products to the Ukrainian army. For the engine company, they were supplying the engines to the Russian company. For the trucks, they stopped the plant and they hardly produced any military truck for 10 years, maybe a couple of dozens, while our army needs 40,000 tons, 40,000 pieces of trucks. So it was absolutely logical. It was the only reason. And just to be absolutely clear, there won't be speculation on the martial law. It will be applied only to the cases where there is a risk for the national security. But it will be applied immediately.
we apparently have some few more minutes left, and I actually have a question for President Sandu. It looks like Ukraine and Moldova are both headed towards the EU candidacy. What do you think becoming an EU candidate means for Moldova?
Well, for us, this is the only chance to survive as a democracy. This is the chance to stay part of the free world. And this is the chance to become a richer country, because we saw the process of convergence of the countries in the Central and Eastern Europe, how it developed and how quickly. So this is the quickest economic growth model, and this is what we expect to happen to our countries.
Rostislav, what do you think is going to happen to Ukraine with the EU accession possibility? How does that look from your perspective?
I think it's the best stimulus for the economy that we can get, and I think that the best item of it is the market, because Ukraine is extremely competitive in many products that we have discussed, and if we have the access to the 500 million high net worth people market, then we'll have the real boom. And the second is about the risks and about the price of the money, which will make 10 times more projects profitable in Ukraine that are not profitable, taking into consideration the current cost of capital.
Any more questions from the floor? Yes. Right here. A microphone, please.
I have a question to President Sandu and also to Rostislav Shurma. Continuing the issue of European integration, like both countries, Moldova and Ukraine, need to attract private investment, and for this you need to have a supportive regulatory environment. However, like if we move fast to the EU laws, it means like heavily regulated environment. How like both Rostislav on the side of Ukrainian government and you as a president of Moldova plan to balance it in this highly risk situation that both countries are now? Thank you.
Okay.
So obviously we have to do the full harmonization for the all regulations maybe within this year if we want to follow the aggressive terms for the EU accession as we plan. But what we should understand that besides the EU accession, we'll have the period of intensive rebuilding the country for the next 5, 7, 10 years. And to make this rebuilding process fast, we should simplify many processes. So if you take, for example, the environmental processes for the construction of the new industrial production, new energy production, so in Europe it can take years. We will do the temporary solutions when it should take months for the 5, 7 years. For example, if you want to rebuild the infrastructure, you need to rebuild the roads, bridges, the grids, the lines. You need to take the land quickly to put the line, to put the road there. Obviously, it will assume some temporary procedure for the 5, 7 years to a very quick and simplified seizure of the land to build the infrastructure. So we believe it will be full harmonization with some pre-agreed exclusions for the intensive recovery period.
Well, we actually believe that the benefits are going to be higher than the costs, and we also have a pretty big agenda on harmonization. We will have to do it better than what the country has been doing in the last 10 years, because this was not enough. But again, our commitment is very strong, and we do believe that the benefits are going to be higher than the costs you are talking about.
Do we have any other questions from the floor? There's all the way in the back, there's a gentleman with a hand raised up.
Hello, James O'Brien. I just have a question regarding LNG. So my background's in energy, and I'd like to understand from the panel, in particular from Werner, what type of supports might be in place for Ukraine to diversify their energy supply, in particular gas supply. I think LNG has proven itself as a savior for Europe over the last 9-10 months, and I'd like to understand what type of supports the EIB could envisage, and also to the other panel, what type of supports could be put in place to help Ukraine diversify their energy supply and bring LNG to Ukraine, right through to Southeast Europe, for example.
We are totally open on this issue. Also in Western Europe, that was not always the case, but now we are in. and there is no reason why we should not be in for that in Eastern Europe as well. We have to see that our commitment to help our economies to get out of fossil fuels remains. So we will not support any installations, any infrastructure that at the end of the day will not be able to also transform into hydrogen transporting and further developing installations. So if that is the case, then I think there is no reason why we should not support that.
Any other questions? There's another hand. No, we need a microphone. Because other people can pass the microphone on to this gentleman.
I want to ask you about Ukrainian IT industry, because when we talk about rebuilding Ukraine and investments in Ukraine, there is a lot attention to the infrastructure, energy, and so on. But currently, IT is the main driver of the Ukrainian economy. So, how do you see the tools that are going to be employed in order to facilitate development of Ukrainian IT sector? Thank you.
I'm not an expert on this, if I may begin. Maybe I should leave it to the people to my left. But one thing is quite clear. Even if you're not an expert in IT technology, or IT technical side of the whole thing, then there is one thing where I'm absolutely sure, when it comes into the intellectual part of the deal, then you are on a safe ground in Ukraine. And this is what people in the IT industry, in my view, have totally detected. And they have detected in other parts of Central and Eastern Europe as well. And Ukraine is just going to follow that course. I think Ukraine will be one of the key providers for top technology for the entire European Union.
A question to President Sandu. I'm Adi Winkler, journalist from Austria. President, can you precise your personal view and timetable for Moldavia's coming into the European community, please?
Well, of course, this is not my decision. It's a decision of your leaders. But I do believe this should happen fast, because this is going to help save our democracies. And I think the democratic world needs the democratic consolidation and needs to help all the countries which authentically are trying to build democracies. And I do believe that EU is going to be stronger having both Ukraine and Moldova as member states.
Thank you very much. This has been a very nice, stellar panel and nice audience participation. I want to thank everybody. Rostislav Shurma, who had to leave, President Sandu, Dr. Hoyer, Ruslan Umerov is in Ukraine, and Lena Kusharna. Thank you very much for participating in today's panel.
Thank you very much. Great pleasure.
Thank you.
Dear guests, good evening. My name is Uliana Chromyak, and I am the Executive Director of Ukraine House Davos. Thank you for joining us today. Unfortunately, the conversation with the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, is cancelled in light of this morning's tragic helicopter crash. We mourn the victims of this devastating tragedy. Rest in peace. Memory eternal. Today we started our panel discussion in the morning with a minute of silence. But please stay for another 15 minutes here and support each other and also support the spirit of Ukraine. This is very important to all of us. In 15 minutes at 6:45, we will start our next panel. Stories from the economic front, business and financial resilience in wartime. So please join us for that discussion. The moderator will be Andy Hunter from the American Chamber of Commerce in Ukraine. Stay here, network for a little bit, and then at 6:45 we will start the business panel. After which we will proceed directly to the business networking. Thank you for supporting Ukraine. Stay with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini! morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you on behalf of the Organizing Committee of Ukraine House Davos today for the panel discussion called Stories from the Economic Front, Business and Financial Resilience in Wartime. Before I announce the moderator of this panel discussion, I would like to show the small video, please.
Ukraine is every one of us who defends economy. Ukraine is he who takes the responsibility. Those who don't consider all the risks. Ukraine is she who could have left. Those who save their people. Those who came back. Those who didn't go. Ukraine is he who earns nothing but respect. Those whose profit can be measured. She who works more to tax more. Those with an endless resource of bravery. Ukraine is they who are not waiting for better times. Those who provide their life to the country. And Ukraine is everyone who joins us.
Thank you. It is my great pleasure to announce the moderator of this panel discussion, Andy Hunter, the president of the American Chamber of Commerce in Ukraine. As you all know, the American Chamber of Commerce is a great organization led by Andy and uniting the business. So the panel discussion will be really interesting about those who actually stayed in Ukraine and those who returned to Ukraine, and also some inspirational stories. Please, Andy, the floor is yours.
Very warm welcome. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And we are delighted to be here this evening at Ukraine House here in Davos, on probably the most influential street in the world, where so many key decision makers are here present. And why are we here? We are here today to tell, really, as the panel name says, it's the stories. So we have the front, where Ukrainians, brave Ukrainians, lion-hearted Ukrainians are continuing to fight Russian aggression. And we have the economic front. And we will today hear stories of the realities of business and financial resilience in wartime. We woke up in Kyiv on the 24th of February, and the businesses then had to decide how to continue. So throughout the year, we've been conducting surveys, and some of the numbers I just want to share with you today. So out of the members of the American Chamber of Commerce in Ukraine, 72% of members are fully operational. 83% continue to pay full salaries. 22% of members have had their companies, plants or factories damaged. We've seen these companies, names that you all very well know, global names. In Hostomel, we had the Unilever factory that was destroyed. We had my favorite, it was the Oreo factory, the factory that made Oreos for most of Europe in Trostanets. This was the Mondelez factory, and when Trostanets was under occupation in the first month of the war, that's been destroyed. We have 16% of companies have had employees injured, and 15% of companies, so that works out 1 in 7, have had instances of employees killed during this brutal war. The numbers also that I want to focus on today are that 77% of chamber members believe the war will end in 2023. 12% believe it will be 24, and 98% of companies plan to continue operating in Ukraine in 2023. So today we have a real stellar panel that will tell the stories, and you will hear, both here and online, I welcome everyone who's watching us online, the stories of real resilience, business resilience, financial resilience during wartime. So I'm delighted to present our panel. Yulia Badratinova is General Manager at McDonald's in Ukraine, Czech Republic, and Slovakia. Max Leszko is CEO and board member of Parimatch. Ben Driggs, President of Global High Growth Regions of Honeywell. And Professor Alexander Rodnyansky, Professor at Cambridge University of Economics, and also advisor to the President of Ukraine. And I think also we'll be having an opportunity to hear from Alexander in some of his roles that he'll be looking at future, because Alexander is one of these people currently looking at focusing specifically on the recovery plan, and this is something working closely with the President Zelensky and his team. So I'll just add on that. So I think we can start. I think one of the stories, Yulia Badratinova, McDonald's. There's been some real resilience, phenomenal. I've seen it when during the war, especially when McDonald's reopened, you see the lines, the queues of people standing, and the belief in Ukraine. But I think there's a phenomenal story behind that. Yulia manages 17,000 people across the 3 markets, and I think it's the people. So Yulia, starting with you, tell us the story of the business resilience in wartime.
Thank you, Andy. Good evening, everybody. I would like to start with a small video. It's actually, the quality of the video may be not that best, but this is the footage from our employees, and I would like you to see the journey first, and then I will comment them. To tell you the story of McDonald's resiliency, I would focus on 3 words, which is people, agility, and complexity. And that's like common words in every business, and every leader know these words, but they mean completely different now. And I would start from people, definitely. So people were always in the heart of McDonald's business. We were always built all our decisions based on values and on people. But when the war started, so it became incrementally important for us. So I would say that, first of all, when the war started, we closed the restaurant immediately. It's 10,000 people. We tried to understand where they are, if they are safe. then we understand that we should support them. So we supported them with salaries, we continued paying salaries to all people, we continued medical insurance, we helped them out. If people moved across the border, McDonald's across the border helped them there to employ or just help with any other things. And at the end, which was also very important, so a lot of people were without work, but they were volunteering. So we realized that maybe we should also help them to maximize their wish to help Ukrainians. And we established a couple of programs together with Ronald McDonald's House Charities, where we are the founding partner. And we produced the food kits. We are producing them even today. Even people get back to work, but they continue participating in all these programs and volunteer. So people is in the heart. People is the most focused. We were always thinking about their safety, and we will continue thinking about them. Not only our employees, but also customers. And then we are coming to agility. And if we speak about agility in a normal life, definitely all of us started to think about this like some time ago, how to make it faster, how to make it different. But now, every single day, our employees in McDonald's are making some decisions based on values, but they should make all these decisions very fast. And I would say around our agility, first point is on logistics and supply chain. Our supply chain is very resilient across the globe, but definitely logistics is a key. What was not normal, and roads was not normal, border was not normal. So every day we created new ways how to deliver products and how to ensure that everything in place. So currently we are operating 64 restaurants in Ukraine, in 14 cities. And definitely we will continue reopening restaurants. The question that it will need some incremental efforts also around logistics, because if you go a little bit, move into the east or south, it's a little bit more complex for us. The second part of the agility is around our operations and procedures. That was in the heart when we started to reopen. As some of you may remember that we started from delivery, because that's the way how we wanted to test all the protocols are working, they're in place, and we wanted to test it first with our employees, and then to see how it will work with customers as well. Because we know that the McDonald's in Ukraine is a very trusted brand. And I know that if people come into McDonald's, they trust that we will do everything right, and not only the quality of food, not only experience they will have, but also safety, because they trust that we will care, and we are. So, and complexity. So McDonald's is a complex business, and we are always working on the simplification. But these days, it's a very complex business. It's the protocol of evacuation that you saw in the video, it takes 10 minutes. In fact, they managed to do this by 7 minutes. So during these 7 minutes, McDonald's is a small plant. So actually, you should stop operating. You should finish with the orders which was paid. You should take care about customers. You should take care about kitchen. You should close the restaurant. You should evacuate people. So this protocol, 10 minutes. Reality, 7 minutes. So people are doing amazing things, and that's all about people and their commitment. And by the way, customers are doing exactly, they are helping out. I think that they never complain. They complain much less than before the war. They are supportive, and they understand that this is the only way how we can operate and how we can stay open, and we are all in this together. But if we say, like the reopening is taking also like 30 minutes, it can be much faster, depending on the restaurant. But people are improving every day, so it takes less and less. And at the same time, the quality is exactly the same. So the one thing we never compromised. And if I think about future, and if I think about even today, we continue to reopen restaurants, we continue investing. So we opened 3 new restaurants in October and November during the war. We opened 1 restaurant in Lviv, and we opened 2 restaurants in Kiev. We reconstructed Bucha restaurant, and we reopened it because it was completely burned during all the clashes there inside. So together with our partner, we reconstructed, and it operates because we know that the community needs us, and why we restarted business. And even though some of you may say that it took us a little bit to think, it took us long, because everybody was calling me saying that when let's reopen. But we had to be sure that this 10 minutes of evacuation will work, that we have shelters everywhere, that everything will work, because we cannot compromise on safety, we cannot compromise on quality, we cannot compromise on, because it's McDonald's. So just to finish with some future, once again, I cannot say that we will invest and we believe in the future, because we are doing now. We are doing now, and we will continue. And I think the story of McDonald's resiliency is story of McDonald's system resiliency, which is definitely no doubts, but it's also about Ukrainian employees, people, and customers. So I think that just because our people are great and committed, and we have that great system in place, we can do this, and we will continue supporting and believe in Ukraine. And me personally, I am a big advocate of Ukraine, and always will be. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Yulia, for your leadership and inspiration, and thank you to McDonald's. We were just discussing just now with Serhiy Leshchenko, I can't see if he's here, the fact that you can buy a fillet of fish in the restaurants across Ukraine. You can't across many European countries, and I think so even in the menu. But I think if we can. Professor Rodnyansky, if I can turn to you in your capacity, I mean, you have a very sort of long resume here, but I want to address the question in your capacity as a member of the supervisory board of the State Savings Bank of Ukraine. I remember in January, in February of 2022, we were preparing, or we were being told to prepare contingency plans. And one of the things on contingency plans was to have cash, have hryvnia and have dollars, because the banks will not be working. But we've seen quite phenomenal, the banks are working. Tell us the story about the banks.
Yes, absolutely. So thanks for mentioning that as exactly something that I wanted to allude to. So let's start from the big picture, how our Shetbank's been functioning. This is the State Savings Bank of Ukraine. I've been on the supervisory board for the last 2 years, and before the full-scale invasion, we had a very clear mandate. We were preparing the bank for privatization, like other state-owned banks in Ukraine. We have a very state-dominated banking sector. More than 50% by assets are basically owned by the state. Now it's actually getting even more, but let me leave that sort of aside. The target was, of course, to reach 25% within some years. Now, ever since the full-scale invasion, the strategy has changed. On early May, the government has actually explicitly told us we're there to make sure that we have enough liquidity to function, and we're there to make sure that critically important infrastructure and enterprises can also get the loans if they need to, right? So agriculture, military complex, other enterprises that are very critical right now and have suffered during the war, they need to be financed. So that's kind of our mandate for now during the full-scale invasion and the ongoing war. And what has that meant in terms of the numbers? So let me just give you a few insights. If we look at net profit as a very basic measure, over the 11 months of the war in last year, we've actually had positive net profit. It was about 1.6 billion hryvnia. Now, how did that come about? So first of all, there were losses. If we look at the provisioning the provisions that we have to make for the worsening quality of the loans and the loan book. Now, of course, that's happening because enterprises are losing out, companies are getting destroyed, so we have to account for that. But on the other hand, we actually had a financial hedge on our balance sheet since the early crisis in 2015. We've had indexed, currency indexed bonds on our balance sheet, and that has actually, due to the hryvnia devaluation, that has actually helped us. So there was quite a bit of temptation to get rid of these bonds over the years, but thanks God we didn't, and it really helped us during the crisis right now, during the war. And the third component is that we actually have still, pretty good, around 7 billion positive operating income. And how did that come about during the war? So what's interesting about that is that if we look at certain loan segments on our books, then we actually see that in particular in the small to medium enterprises, we've actually had very robust growth during the war. And you can kind of zoom into that, but the number is we've given out about 10.8 billion new hryvnia loans during the war, just during the war, the full-scale invasion. Now, a lot of that is actually working capital loans that agricultural companies come to us and ask for. And again, if you zoom into that, you see that a lot of it has to do with relocation. It shows you, it was really testimony to the resilience of the economy. And, it actually kind of tells you a whole story about what's underneath, right? What's under the cover and how the economy keeps functioning. So that's something that's, really a really strong sign of health, I think, and speaks volumes. Now, another interesting facet is kind of on our liability side. We've seen that deposits have actually grown. hryvnia deposits have grown. Now, again, there's two kind of reasons for that. Number one is, it does speak to the quality of our bank. People trust our bank. Obviously, testimony to the trust in the banking sector overall. And we have been well capitalized since, again, the early reforms in 2015 and so on. We are properly governed. We have supervisory boards, etc. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is, of course, it has to do with the military spending, and that a lot of the military personnel actually have accounts in our bank and in other banks as well. And so then they're getting more income, they're obviously getting their salaries, so that's being reflected on the deposit side. So overall, kind of in terms of the big financial picture of our balance sheet, we actually look surprisingly healthy. And I think some of the other state-owned banks are actually in a similar position, despite everything that's been going on. Now, when we turn to sort of the micro stories that are actually kind of the moving part, what has happened since February 24th? Well, I can tell you one story. We've had to make sure that our cash in transit is still functioning, like you said. So going back to what you mentioned, we need to make sure that the ATMs are working. Now, obviously, with the invasion to the north of Kiev, Chernihiv, for example, was almost surrounded early in the war, and we've had only one branch operating there. And so, we've had to transport cash through forests sometimes, with our personnel risking their lives because all the other routes were basically blocked and occupied, right? We've had, because of the blown up bridges, we've had some of the local management use rubber boats to transport cash to the ATMs. I mean, these are actual stories. Yeah. And I'll say kind of a third example that I'll conclude with is, of course, Kherson. So Kherson was infiltrated very early on. February 25th, there's already Russian troops in Kherson. That was by far the most difficult part. Now, we kept operating in Kherson for 80 days during the occupation. And then we had to stop when the Russian forces actually arrived and at gunpoint said they're going to take over the banks. And what they did is they turned into some local other bank that they wanted to have. Now, and I actually went with our team, we went to Kherson 5 days after the liberation, and we opened the first branches, and we saw the huge queues, the people coming for cash, and actually some of them depositing their cash, despite the fact that there was no electricity, no water, nothing working in Kherson, because everything was blown up on the retreat, everything. So, that again speaks volumes about the resilience of the people, and we actually got an award from the Central Bank, the National Bank of Ukraine, for being the first to open our branches again in Kherson. So that's kind of the short story. We do have losses, of course. A lot of the losses are still estimates. We don't know exactly how much we've lost. There's still more to come on our books because the loan quality is going to deteriorate. But we're going to stick through like everybody else.
Well, fantastic. I think that's truly. I know that some banks actually, the armored vehicles that they had to transfer or transport cash, some were given up to the military because they were armored. But still, the story is that you go to the ATMs, and even in small little towns, you go there and there's cash available, and the way the whole digital system works. Here in Zurich, here in Davos, people with Ukrainian cards can just use their cards as if there's no issues. I think. There's a lot, so very, very grateful for that. So moving on, I think let's cover other sectors. I mean, Ben Driggs, I mean, you're president of Global Higher Growth Regions at Honeywell. Honeywell, so many sectors. I'm just trying to think which one to start for. Maybe, tell us, some of the sectors that Honeywell is working in Ukraine at the moment, and some of the sectors you're looking at already for future.
Yeah. Well, I'm very humbled to be here, and I know many of the other companies on the panel and many in this room have much larger operations in the Ukraine than Honeywell does, and so I'm humbled to be here and tell a little bit of our story. We have a team of 56 people in Ukraine. What we primarily do is provide control systems to the energy industry. So it's controlling pipelines, controlling other energy assets, and then also control systems and automation systems in building, as well as some aerospace work in some other areas. And our employees really deserve a ton of credit for what they have done. Again, small team, 56 people. I know many other people have done much larger organizations, but they were able to continue to support these critical control systems on different sets of infrastructure. And we had great response by the Honeywell families in the neighboring countries that welcomed the family members of our Ukrainian employees. So we had about 30 Honeywell families accepting refugees, primarily the family members of Honeywell employees in Ukraine and others. And then our team that was able to not supporting the military efforts or others, could support the control infrastructure that existed. And what we've seen since sort of the initial stabilization and getting spare parts and getting other things in is some new areas started to come about. So we signed an MOU with the National Defense Company in Ukraine. We're a major aerospace player, and we're able to sign the MOU and do some work in that space. Also, the issue of how do we plan the future energy infrastructure to have the right controls and automation systems to be more resilient, and that planning has started and underway with our customers in the Ukraine. And then another major topic that we've been exploring and has come up is the issue of battery energy storage. Of course, as you think about electricity and getting electricity from many different sources, having the energy storage, and then where Honeywell really adds value is to have the control system that can plug into the grid very effectively in order to use that storage and to manage it from different sources. And so there's been a lot of work and conversations going on around battery energy storage and what can happen in the future. And it's really been humbling to me to see our small team and how they've been able to continue to support the existing infrastructure, and then how conversations in some of these new areas have started to happen, which will be critical for the rebuilding and the future of the Ukraine. So that'd be a couple thoughts.
Super. Thank you, Ben. And yeah, I think the electricity situation, many of you know that there are regular blackouts across major cities in Ukraine. And only over the last couple of months, Ukrainians have imported more than 340,000 generators. So whenever you are out on the street, you hear this constant noise of generators. But I think that the battery storage, those are just critical to once you generate the electricity, also to be able to store it. But Max Leshko, CEO and board member of Paris Match. If I can bring you in, I mean, Paris Match, anybody who watches sports, knows this is an international sports betting major created in Ukraine so much, and the support you give. Tell us about some of the support you've been given, and again, being a media partner here in Davos, tell us about some of the support that Paris Match is giving.
Yes, good evening to everybody. Nice to be here and share a story. And in general, before the resilience, and of course I will share a story about our financial and business resilience, but before this, in February and previous year, after the full-scale invasion, we started thinking how to recover our operations, how to find out where's our employees, etc., etc. We born in Ukraine 20 years ago, and we operate in 10 more countries and 4 regions, but still our heart in Ukraine, and it was in Ukraine every time. On the 24th of February, there was 2,500 employees in Ukraine, mainly in Kyiv. It was like IT guys, our mathematics, analytics, and some engineers. Everyone was there, and of course, for first several days, I think that I cannot say that we lose our operations, but we was completely frozen because in our business, each employee is very important because he need to do something with our system, and without that, it's cannot work. But now I already know all statistics for that period, and our customers in Ukraine was in the same mode, let's say, because for first 7 days, 10 days, all our metrics was near to zero. So no one do not want nothing about sports and entertainment at all. So everyone was busy with the security problem, with find relatives, and what to do in general. And as a company, we was in the same mode. But then, step by step, we start to recover. We find out where's our employees. And first steps was just to separate between us, between top managers, but mainly also was in Kyiv at that period of time, to find out where is our employees, to find out if they with the laptops, if they have an access to internet, if they with working phones, etc., etc. Because before we organized everything in such way that everything was in Kyiv, and even if there's some operation with our software in Africa or in Brazil, still our Kyiv office was had a full control, let's say, on these operations. And to recover all this, we start to split all our employees by small teams. And it was very effective and still effective. I speak with other companies in Ukraine. So everyone who start to separate and gives a lot of powerful to their teams, they bring amazing stuff. As Yulia said and other colleagues said, people did and still doing amazing things. So they organize by themselves. They know what to do even better than top management, because they are on some place and they see how it's better to organize, how it's better to communicate with different countries, with our counterparties, how to explain. Because to operate with our business, for now we have more than 10,000 counterparties to bring all data to our system and then give it back when we modified it. So it's quite complicated business, and people, our employees, they recover the business during the 2-3 weeks, let's say. So they created by this small team, and this is one of the important things to recover and for current resilience and financial and business. And I can say that if you will give this powerful to your employees in Ukraine, if you will split it by the small tips and give us freedom for the operation, it will give us success. People are amazing, and what I believe it's for all Ukrainians right now, that our values changes dramatically. So, and for now there is no strict line between the let's say business obligations or employee obligations, salaries, taxes, companies, or your own company, and etc. So now it's like a one big lake, let's say. So everyone in this, and everyone will try to help each other. And for now, we know that inside our company, for example, in 2021, when we asked what is the main motivation for you, it was like new products, new possibilities, salary, or something like this. Now 95% says that we want to recover our country, we want to pay tax, we want to help to our army. So this is the main values. And of course you need to communicate with a company which is in Ukraine in this way, because there is that values which is important for them right now. and it brings this resilience for your business and for your finance. And of course, our counterparties, they help us a lot. First weeks we called to everyone and said that we cannot pay our financial obligations, even which was through January and February. We cannot because our banking system frozen as we are. So we don't know if we can collect these amounts or not. And it was honestly surprised. Our counterparty said that, of course, don't worry about this for next 2 months. We will discuss it later. But how we can help to you, and our first invoices, which we help to our army and to our embassies in different countries, which try to help also to our army and bought something, we pay through our partners. So they paid with our names. Of course, then in 2-3 weeks we already had a possibility to pay for ourselves, and starts from that period of time we spent more than $12 million to help our army. Our partners spent millions to help with this. We're also one of the partners for United 24, and also help for now it's like 3 million. So we try to help, and for our employees it's very important. For our customers it's very important. We communicate it weekly, and we feel that it's very important for all of us. So this stuff unite us and give us that possibility to work and to continue our operations, not only in Ukraine, in other countries.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I think for that, I think the generosity of business in terms of financially supporting both the humanitarian drive, supporting those employees who are on the front line, supporting Ukraine's army, what you were saying, what you do, supporting United 24 and other funds, the US Chamber of Commerce Foundation, the latest number has been over $1.06 billion that companies have donated to Ukraine, to the humanitarian drive. So we see that the businesses have been very generous in terms of not only paying full salaries, 83% paying full salaries, but also giving to the humanitarian support. But I just want to pick up on the point, Max, that you raised about people. So, we hear the sounds in the video, we hear the sounds of the air raid sirens, we hear the sounds of the generators, we hear the sounds of bombs over hitting cities. But still, you phone up a bank, and there's a person at the end of the phone, and you can see that person is there to serve. You go to McDonald's, and the person with a smile is welcoming you to the McDonald's. My question is, how do you, as leaders, motivate and manage people during war? Anybody wants to go first?
I can start. So I think that it's a great question, because I feel that we just need to do right things, because people do not need motivation right now. They are very motivated to work. They just appreciate that they can be helpful right now, because they do see that it's not just about work now. It's just about serving communities, serving each other, being there for each other and for communities. And you saw that people are spending time together, even in bomb shelters. They are just not isolated. They are in a team. They are learning something new. So that's how they keep this normality for themselves and for people around. And that's something that motivates all of us, I think.
Okay, Alex?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I can speak for myself as a member of the supervisory board. I mean, we're very lucky to have a great management team working in close tandem and really in a great spirit. We went, as I said, to many cities. We went to Kharkiv when it was still at the front lines to visit some of our branches over there that were actually actively bombed and shelled, and they were in the range of artillery, of the Russian artillery back then, just to see how our people are doing, because we feel like, we lead by example. If we go there, we have to go there because they are there all the time. And so, like you said, I mean, there's really not much of a secret to it. We do right things, we lead by example, and we're always there. So we think that's kind of one of the key elements. And otherwise, we are obviously trying to stabilize the bank for us and reach our objectives when it comes to the strategy.
Okay. Anyone else?
Can add that what is also help us to motivate people and us and even our colleagues abroad, which helps a lot also to all Ukrainians. When we separate our teams, as I said, when we split it, we find out that we have a lot small businesses inside our companies, and before we have 500 plus IT specialists in our company, software development, and we create all software for us by ourselves, not only for betting, for CRM systems, for payments, for compliance, for everything, and we use it on before the full-scale invasion. We use it only for us, in thought that there is our unique sales proposition, let's say, and never thinking about other type of the business with this software. But when we separate the teams, we find out that, and also with their ideas, that we can sell this software to other companies, even to our competitors, and what? So they will have the same software, they will have the same mobile applications, and what? So, but for us, it's an additional stream of profit, and we start to do this. And on some stage, it was during the August, we announced in our company that we together with our B2C business, we start a new B2B business inside our company, and we keep all our employees for this, and even hire a new one in Ukraine, which have an experience in B2B. And this new wave of cooperation inside our company, this split and burning of new businesses motivated a lot, and still in process. So I believe that this fact will help us a lot, and there's also like one of the key factor. If you will find a way what's new you can add to your Ukrainian business, how you can grow it, it will motivate your people amazing.
The only thing I would add, and I think all the comments are spot on, the employees are so motivated, but just give them the tools to be able to do their job, trying to get them access to the technical experts outside, trying to do little things like that just to enable so that they can do the things that they need to do is really, I think, the responsibility that fell on our management team in the region and for Honeywell globally. The other item, I mean, little things, we advanced salary and paid up front right after the invasion to give several months' salary early. Little things like that, I think people felt helped. And then doing, making sure, and again, we have a small team, this is only 56 people, but we would do monthly calls with the leadership team in the region. And then early on, they would do daily phone trees to make sure we knew where every employee was and what they were doing and other things, and little things of that nature. And then as it continued on, just giving them the tools so that they could do the work that they needed to do. That no other motivation required except enabling it.
Okay. We have time, so I'm delighted to open up to the floor to Q&A. So any questions, please raise your hands, and we have a roving microphone in the room, so please do feel free to ask any questions you have. I think in terms of, I think looking forward, and it's, Alexander, I mean, especially to you, because you are advisor to President Zelensky. So you've taken some time off now from the University of Cambridge as a professor. So you are now advising President Zelensky, and I understand you'll be President Zelensky's envoy on recovery and reconstruction, designated to lead the future reconstruction modernization agency. In Davos, where the world's global business leaders, global politicians are, what is your message to them?
Yeah, so let me just comment on that. When it comes to the recovery and reconstruction efforts, we did, in fact, organize a big conference on that in Berlin in late October, October 25th, which I co-organized on the Ukrainian side, together with Scholz and his team on the German side. And there we did announce, and it is true, that the president asked me to lead that process going forward, but we haven't established these institutions yet. There's no agency yet. We do have a vice prime minister who's responsible for the infrastructural part. So that's still in the making, yeah. So that's a bit too early to comment on, but yes, we'll be talking and working on that going forward. What messages do we have for Davos? I mean, it doesn't really change much. I always say we're in a wartime economy. So in a wartime economy, the primary form of economic stimulus, perversely enough, are weapons and air defense systems. And you don't have to go very far to understand that. If we had real 100% bulletproof, watertight air defense systems, our energy infrastructure would be intact, and the economy would be functioning much better, and we wouldn't have this GDP collapse that we're having. right now. So that's just illustration. And perversely enough, all the other things that are important for the long run and will remain important, property rights, judicial reforms, etc., strengthening of our institutions, etc., all these things, openness and so on, they're going to become primary again after the wartime economy is over. So our message is, look, we need the maximum support that we can get, because this looks like it's going to last. Because we're dealing with something, and we have to be very clear about this, we're dealing with a side that doesn't have the pain threshold that we all hope it would have. They don't care whether they have 100,000 dead, 200,000 dead, or even 300,000 dead. I mean, let's be perfectly clear about this. So economic forms of pressure are good, like sanctions, and I'm part of the sanctions group, actually, so we've been working on that throughout. But they don't seem to bite that much. I mean, we have to be very clear about this. And what will bite is military force and a very clear defeat of the Russian side. That's going to put their system out of balance, and that's what we need. So that's unfortunately both economically important and militarily, of course.
Brilliant. Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Any? I can't see any hands. Yes, please. There's a microphone, so please just introduce yourself. I don't know. Do we have translation? If I'll translate. Okay.
У нас є переклад. So I'm going to make an introduction, and then I'm Metro Gostuk, and I'm an MP. We are discussing McDonald's and in particular the development of the network. So we've come from Ukraine, and over these months of the war, 11 months of the war, of the all-out war in Ukraine, we have got accustomed to it, however terrible it might sound. And when we hear the air raid siren, we know that we have to rush to the shelter. And slowly but steadily, you come to understand that we have to accept this reality of our life, and we have to think about further development. When we were coming here, we saw that there is a practice of McDonald's, Burger King, and other chain brands opened at a gas station. For Ukrainians, gas stations have become very special. We've never valued and treasured the networks of gas stations because first there was shortage of gas and petrol, and now they have got generators and light and warmth. So it would be wonderful if McDonald's could also open up some points of support and gas stations, and that would be a good example of how the chain of cafes and restaurants could be represented in Ukraine.
The comment or proposal to McDonald's, especially now, whereas gas stations or petrol stations in Ukraine are becoming a place where many people do convene for either to charge phones or to fill up their cans for the generators or their cars, their automobiles. So the question to McDonald's, when will we be eating fish smacks at a petrol station?
So the question was very long. The answer is very short. Just follow our Instagram.
There you go.
No, but seriously, this is the part of the strategy all over the world. Ukraine is very big, its territory is very big, and we will have all our territories, and we will definitely expand. And usually the strategy is you are starting from the cities and then you expand. And if you look through the Poland, for instance, which is 500 restaurants, it's everywhere now. It's coming, and it was in the strategy. It is in the strategy, and we will move forward. The question that we will move forward as soon as and where it's possible now.
Thank you. Any other questions from the room? Yes, please.
Hello, Catherine Valinga, CEO of Zirkova Vodka, Canadian and board member of Canada-Ukraine Chamber of Commerce. So my question is for you, Andy, because you and your team have done a terrific job with AmCham. And tell us about your resiliency and tell us about the organization and are there opportunities for members from countries that are perhaps not in business yet that we could come and join and be part of this as we look at entering the country? Like, could there be more outreach? Are you looking at that?
Thank you for the question. I think we are blessed because we have a very strong board. So we as the executive team, we are the largest AmCham team in all of Europe. We have now 37 employees full-time. So this is the largest in Europe. But our board, we work very closely with our board. Our board guides us. And I think in February, we started preparing. And I think, we had, on the 2nd of February, we paid salaries on the 2nd of February. So this was 3 weeks before the actual full incursion. We paid salaries in advance, we gave additional finances, and we had a free-to-go policy. So that anybody who wants to leave Ukraine is free to do so. Out of then 37 people, one person left. People stayed, and so we still continue to serve our members. But I think we are encouraged by companies, that they inspire us. And our job is the three things we do, the B2G, being the business to government, the B2B, being a platform where companies can meet others, which will have a reception right after this, where this will be an opportunity to meet new partners, new customers, new opportunities. And also what we do B2U. So the question on the B2U, the business to Ukraine, we work very closely with the US Chamber in Washington, across the road from the White House. Probably the most powerful business association in the world. We are working on some ideas as we speak, and we hope to announce those pretty soon. So we have, the big global corporations that are in the hall in Davos, and we are finding ways of communicating to them and saying, now is the time to look at Ukraine. We have our network of AmChams across Europe, 42 countries that we do with. And I think, Ukraine now, I think it was on the panel with the First Lady and Bishop Boris Kuzak yesterday and the editor of, Zami, the editor of The Economist. And I think, she said now, Ukraine is so cool that people want to be a part of it. And that's what we want to get that message across. So now is the time to be part of something historic. The biggest recovery, reconstruction, rebuilding of a nation since World War II. And that's what we do. But we are lucky because we have fantastic companies that we work together with. And we have great friends. And we know a friend in need is a friend indeed. And that's what we have, these companies and our chambers across in the US and across Europe that we work together with. So,
there's a part two.
Okay.
Okay. So the part two is for you, Alexander. So and perhaps Yulia. So we see all of the companies that have left Russia or have not chosen to leave Russia through the Yale and all of the pressure to leave. What has happened? Have those companies come into Ukraine? Are they going to come into Ukraine? We see exodus, but are we seeing incoming for Ukraine, and what does that mean?
Yes, good question. I mean, we have certainly a lot of statements by some of these companies that have left Russia that they want to enter the Ukrainian market. I don't have the latest figures to give you who's done what, unfortunately. Yeah, but it's not too good. The record is not too good. Obviously, people are still afraid. These companies are still sort of afraid to really invest into Ukraine. We are here in Davos actually speaking to a lot of parties, a lot of financial companies, big conglomerates, some industrials, about potentially, having a relationship with us, investing into Ukraine. And they're all excited, but they haven't really acted upon what they're saying yet. So we're working on it, but ultimately, look, we need to make sure that war risks are taken care of. We're still in the early stages of setting up some mechanism. Right now, we have a mechanism through the World Bank, but it's really minuscule. It's 25 million so far. We could scale it up, but we're still in the early stages. And ultimately, we need to make sure that this uncertainty is gone, and it's going to be gone after we win. So there isn't much we can do besides trying and creating other mechanisms.
Yes, I see a question.
Thank you. My name is Lydia Nadich-Petrenko. I used to be co-chair of the HR committee of AmCham a bit over a decade ago. And I have an HR-related question. So now it's more than 7 million people who left Ukraine. We don't know which percentage of them will stay, which percentage of them will return. We don't know how many people we've lost during the war. And the question is about upgrading the ones who are in Ukraine and who will need to rebuild the country. Do you consider any educational initiatives like on the cross-company level that will give business skills, business understanding to those people who left in Ukraine? Because I think everyone who spoke the language probably they have had more chances to leave and stay somewhere as refugees, while those who had a bit less access to the languages, technology, and business practices, they are staying. So maybe it's a good opportunity to unite the efforts of the big corporations and share the experience in different functional areas with those people so that they can become a talent pool.
So so if the question is about those people who are outside of Ukraine or inside of
Outside.
Inside. Yes.
Both.
Okay, I can comment on our people because majority of our employees are working in the restaurants doesn't speak language sometimes, but when they come to other country and they are ready to be employed, McDonald's is helping them to be employed in a short procedure and helping with some other things. And I don't know if we are now testing a lot of things. So actually we are testing the systems, we are testing business, but we are also testing ourselves. So it looks like our people can learn the language very fast. So that's something that I've heard from military people that say that if American people are coming and teach them something, they can speak language very fast. And it's not only about Polish, which is a little bit more similar, or Czech, which is a little bit more similar. I think that is about our talent as well. And coming back to the question of the investments, what can be, I think, what is amazing now and why people should invest to Ukraine, those who are not investing yet. Because we who are operating in Ukraine, we have proven that Ukrainians are reliable. Ukrainians can be very resilient. But they will never compromise because the corporate standards are important and they will never betray corporate standards. They will be reliable and at the same time corporate. So that's something that we show. And if we speak about the learnings, imagine after 7 months, like it's a young people, so they didn't work. And even to restart operations in McDonald's, we had to retrain them. And that's what we did. So we have a special programs to retrain people and to add these new skills. And we are working with PTSD programs and we are working with some psychological programs. We are putting everything in place for our people because I think that if people will remain resilient and if they will continue to believe in what they are doing and with the right purpose, that's the way how we will win everything, not just the business, but also the war.
Thank you.
I just wanted to comment on that. I will throw an idea and you will decide if it's worth developing. So what we've done more than a decade ago, we've created a university for HR when representatives of different companies were just giving one lecture to the students on their topic. And then it was like 10 companies involved and everyone taught something. So maybe now it's a time for the businesses to go beyond your own employees, but to look at the country and to give one topic per company and then you educate people who are not your employees, who are outside of your companies, and that will help the country to upgrade as well.
I agree. I think the companies, but not only the companies. I just saw that was here from Forbes, and Forbes Ukraine, there was a very interesting article on Forbes Ukraine yesterday. It was a video on YouTube, and it got over 1.5 million views in the first 2 days, I think. But it wasn't from a business leader, it was from a Ukrainian young military commander and he was saying how he motivates his team. It was one. Have a look on the Forbes UA website, and I actually watched that. It's truly inspirational how you sort of motivate people coming into the army. But I think it's learning from all. So I think the learning you say, I absolutely agree. I think we have time for one final question right at the back there. Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Hassan Bashar. I represent an industrial group from city of Dnipro. Before the war, we employed about 1,500 people. We're a Turkish-Ukrainian joint venture, and we invest in factories in Ukraine. And I must say, Ukrainian colleagues have been stellar throughout the 20 years that I've worked with them. And what I'm really worried about is, what the market is going to be like in terms of size and labor after the war. This is critical. We had, the first war in 2014. The economy shrank, but it's very resilient. It picked up, but I'm really worried about the lack of labor. Will people come back? And what kind of a future we want to build later on for Ukraine? Do we want to turn it into a production base, or do we want to? So these are things that as an investor, as an active investor, that I'm thinking about, and I want to see Ukraine shine at its potential. So I don't want to see it, in a deteriorating state after the war. So I would like to hear your comments on that.
Thank you. Max?
I can comment this from business perspective of view, and then I believe that Alexander will add from government perspective of view. But today there was several panel here about the potential future, and I believe that, for example, in our case, and combined also with the previous questions, for example, we invest, this is like social investments, we invest in to relocate it, one of the school which was destroyed in Ukraine to abroad to Cyprus, together with the teachers, with everything. And for now there is like 300 plus kids from Ukraine there. And education, there is combination Ukrainian and English languages, and we prepare these families and these kids to be ready to return to Ukraine and continue to educate it in Ukrainian language. And my kids also in that school, for example. And the biggest part of our employees, and not only our employees, there was a big amount of refugees which are there using this school and also kindergarten. And now we start to do the same in Poland, and I know other company which do it in Portugal, in other countries. So I believe that business prepare everything to be ready to going back with all employees and their families to Ukraine, and there will be a huge market. And but together with this, I think that's a very important thing, and how our friendly countries will thinking about Ukraine, as they will be ready to support their local business to starting something in Ukraine, how our government will support this. And before the war, we have a special law, it calls like investment nanny, to help business growing in Ukraine. But now we will need something extraordinary to help all international companies to start and then support this business in Ukraine. And I saw an article, I believe it was like early January, that Office of President of Ukraine announced that this 2023 will the year of the changing, and how I understand it was liberalization of the tax. Maybe some new legislation will come, and this legislation will show the way for all international companies how to start the business in Ukraine and have it successfully.
Yeah, I mean, just briefly, I wouldn't be too pessimistic going forward, conditional on us winning the war soon. So that's how I would put it. Conditional on us winning the war, I'm actually very optimistic. We're going to have the EU as an anchor, right? We're already having the candidacy status. So now reform is going to happen much more quickly when it comes to the institutional transformations, potentially some more deregulation. Our tax code is actually not too bad. We need to simplify it, but our rates aren't actually all that high. That's a separate discussion. So I wouldn't be too pessimistic. The big issue, of course, is what's going on right now. And of course, then the other issue that you mentioned, which is legitimate, is how do we get all these people back? And I've actually been That is more complicated, I agree, because I've recently seen the first big study that came out in Germany on this, when they've polled all the refugees or all the Ukrainians that are now living there and fled from the war, and what we saw is that 26% apparently say that they want to remain permanently, forever. Now that really discouraged me, to be honest. I was very upset when I saw that. And we need to think about how to deal with it. We need to create some sort of incentive schemes, work with our partners to make sure we preserve the ties of these people, that they don't lose the ties to Ukraine. But again, the main issue is the longer this drags on for, the harder it's going to be. That's all.
Brilliant. Well, thank you. Well, we're running out of time now, and I invite everybody to stay for the business networking reception. The organizers will just need like 10, 15 minutes to set up the tables here, but please do stay. But on a final wrap-up, yes, so if I would ask each of the panel for a 30-second wrap-up. I think we've seen the resilience. It's phenomenal. What your people are doing during war is truly amazing. How and what we're in Davos, where the business, the world's elite of the politicians, but I'm going to focus more on the business leaders. So if we walk down, we meet these business leaders that are going to be here either later or you see them throughout the days in Davos, each one of you, what would your 30-second elevator pitch be to them on Ukraine? Who wants to go first?
Oh, I can start. We have such kind of questions during the Web Summit. There was a panel with Klitschko, and in Lisbon, and we asked all businessmen there. It was like IT forum to prolong all contracts with Ukrainian companies, because as you see, of course, there is a risk department, there is a security department, analytics department, which said to you there is near to possible to continue any contractorship relationship with Ukrainian companies, especially in the IT sector or in online, on some factories. But before, after that period when full invasion is started, and for now, do they deliver everything to you? And as usual, answer is yes. Maybe with some delay, but yes. And just believe in this. It's like one of your moral aspects to continue to operate with them, to help them, and just believe they will deliver.
Brilliant. Ben?
The human capital. I mean, it's been stated. Amazing human capital, amazing history of delivery, amazing resilience. We see that in our employees. We see that in our suppliers. We see that in our customers. And I think that's the argument. And it's a generational opportunity to rebuild. I mean, this is a tremendous opportunity, and I think that's the simple value proposition.
Julia?
I would say that we are fighters. Ukrainians are fighters historically. My team is fighters. I like those. I like them before the war, because they fight for every efficiency. They are fighting for every optimization in the business. So it's everywhere. If you are a fighter in your heart, you are a fighter everywhere, and it will be profitable. It will be fast. It will be great. So that would be my elevator speech.
Thank you. Alexander?
Yeah, I mean, I would echo most of what was said. I mean, this is a great opportunity in Davos to really reduce the information asymmetries about Ukraine and between Ukraine and the other investors potentially. So, look, a country that's so effective in defense is going to be effective economically. That's what I would say, echoing much of what was just mentioned. So we're going to be successful in reform after the war as well. Many of the hurdles that were existent before the war are going to be gone. There's not going to be any more Russian influence, sabotage, etc. So it's going to be much more easy, and we're going to have the EU as an anchor. And we're going to start from a very low base. So there's plenty of opportunity.
Brilliant. Well, thank you. Please join me in thanking our really stellar panel. So Alexander Rudnyansky, Ben Driggs, Honeywell, Max Leshko, Perry Match, and Yulia Badratinova, McDonald's. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your inspiration, and we believe in the future of Ukraine, and we are in this together. And ladies and gentlemen, I invite you all to the reception, which will take place here in 15 minutes once all the tables are set up. So thank you, and Slava Ukraini!
Слава!